What's going on, everybody? TCH Live Tuesday. Aaron and Eric hanging out with you on this fine Tuesday evening here on TCH Live. Welcome to the show. We've got a fantastic lineup, fantastic game, and I think y'all are going to really enjoy it. So sit back and relax as we kick off with a $100 flip. And 9 players already seated. No one showing up late this time. Gotta love it.
Heck yeah.
I'm Aaron McAvoy. Eric Van Loozen over there in Dallas. What's going on, my man? How you doing?
Not a lot, my brother. Good to see you again. Looks like we got a new player there in seat 4 that we haven't had on stream before. He goes by Big Buff Poker.
Big Buff Poker. We've also got Amy in the 9 seat. We got Z-Fish, John Benham, of course, some familiar faces. Danny JD in the middle of the table. We got Scott and AJ over around the horn as well. Most of these players buying in for 5K, and it looks like a couple of players maybe buying in for a little bit less than that. I saw a 3K out there, maybe a couple of those as we do our first flip. Going to be top 2 pair over there in the 4 seat, but spades working for somebody. No longer. 5's full at this point. Someone's going to need to find maybe a queen or some sort of overpair card, but 5's full of aces, perhaps best. I think the answer on that is going to be yes.
I don't see a 6-8 of spades or a 3-6 anywhere.
And there you have it, $100 flip going the way of our 4-seat player with the 5's full of aces. David Valley going to go ahead and start us off here in the chat. Rolling a 1. Boom goes the dynamite. Sorry about your first roll there. Hopefully things go up from there. Poker Monkey also taking a hit as we got Poker Monkey Doug. We got David, of course, joining us. Kicker Problems. What is up, my people?
Yeah.
Welcome to the show. And here we go. We got some 2-card game coming at you as Big Buff Poker bought in for 3K. And Scott also buying in for 3K, everyone else on 5. As per the usual, we've got Match the Stack, and we'll see these stacks growing. How was your week, man? What's been going on? You been playing some PLO? What you been doing?
No, man, staying away from the PLO this week, just working, grinding.
Very good, very good. That's still
I did my duty.
worthy endeavor.
I donated to the local community, like the good Lord says. You know, I was very charitable this week in my 1-2 session.
Understood. Yes. I just played for a few hours also. Just 1-2. Couldn't get any of the other games off of the starting line here today, but ended up donating $15. So, you know, in for a lot, out for about the same, and it's all good. All right, here we go. First hand of Hold'em. Folds through the button and into the blind. 7-6 suited for Z-Fish. Going to be good enough for the first raise. Benham, though, with covering clubs, going to go ahead and make the call, and it's Big Buff Poker, who is big and buff indeed. Look at him.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's a man you don't want to bluff too many times.
We need to get our boy John Ryan sit next to him and see who's the bigger fella.
They'll both be encroaching on each other's real estate pretty heavily.
Poor Benham sitting next to him.
All right, both players call the 3-bet squeeze to 550, and queen high 2-tone board misses everyone, but it's going to be an up and downer on the turn. Gut shots for Benham and Z-Fish. Z-Fish going to go ahead and probe here for 475, and with a gut shot to the nuts, Big Buff Poker will make the call. Pot swelling to 26-10, and it's a harmless 6 of hearts on the end. I say harmless, but it's actually not. Pardon me. Z-Fish improves to the best hand with a pair of 6s.
The only like really good player is Adam Hendricks. He's on my direct left. Like, a really good
Stack to pot ratio just barely over 1. Big Buff Poker is the effective stack, and Z-Fish is like, my hand is just never going to win at Showdown. Turns out it would, but he's going to barrel it and get it through. Picking up the first pot to the tune of 4,100 on hand number 1 of Holden. Let's go Z-Fish.
Sounds like we got some good news that we will have both the seven-deuce game going tonight, and at some point we'll get those knit buttons out. You can see those next to Kevin right there. Shout out to Mr. Kev doing the dealing tonight.
Yeah, no, I had my four. I was paying attention. We're playing 7-deuce.
Flo Holde'm needed to vent a little bit in the chat. Understandable. You know, we've all been there. And anytime you go 4 ways with aces, you don't love it until you win. Which you do love it, but yeah, most of the time, 4 ways with aces feels like you're probably not going to win. Tough spot, man, but you know, you do what you do. You get it in there as best as you can, and the poker gods decide the rest. As it's going to fold to Amy here in the cutoff. Going to go ahead and limp the Jack-10. Off-suited, not O. Go ahead and try off-suited and see how that sticks here for a little while. Everyone else calls as well, and by everyone else, I mean the other players left to act behind on the button and in the blinds, perhaps. 6-6-4 flop. Excuse me, just the blinds. The button is out of there.
You're not allowed to win every hand.
That's not been running well lately, my understanding.
Eight of spades on the turn. Big Buff Poker bets with the best hand and takes it down.
Takes it down. Yeah, the aces have been a death sentence for me personally lately. I think I am 1 out of my last 8, and it's all been heads-up play. So that's bad math coming to fruition.
Something about that doesn't feel right.
This don't feel right. George Worth jumping in, says good morning, Dallas. He's on the other side of the pond over there in Germany. What's going on, George?
Good morning to you, sir. 6:16 here in the Central Time Zone, North America Standard. Folds to John on the button. Beautiful hand. Queen Jack suited. Raise it up. Danny makes the call out of the small straddle, and JD not a contender out of the big straddle. And here we go. Heads up. Coin flip situation to a flop. And a bunch of overcards to the pair of 5s, as is the usual. And Danny just open mucks his hand. He's like, no, I lose.
It's gonna be 170. I've said the story a million times. I haven't slept for 3 days.
That's right. Keep swinging the bat with aces. And George is going to be in Dallas, he says. So awesome, George. Hopefully you'll get a chance to play on one of these streams the next couple weeks. If not, we'll see you around in the big games in the room.
Nice. Yeah, there is, you know, I'm just going to go ahead and chime in on the downswings because I've had a number of them myself. But when you do sort of get into one of those streaks where it seems like every time you get dealt aces or kings, you're like, well, cool, I'm going to get stacked again, because that's what's happened the last, 5 out of 6 times or whatever sort of scenario you've described, Eric. I mean, you kind of have to make sure that you keep playing them appropriately. That's the main thing, right? It's as soon as we start to deviate from our usual game and start to play those sorts of hands differently, that will end up exacerbating the problem. And I've seen people do this, right? It's like they lose with aces once or twice, and so instead of 3-betting or 4-betting, as they should, which they normally would have done, now they start calling. Maybe they cold call a 3-bet, or they just call an open from the blind or something. And it's a little bit of, they claim that they're talking about, oh, I was trapping. But no, it's like it kind of got to them. The fact that they lost with those big hands before, it got to them, so they started to play it differently. Well, then it creates a scenario where now you're going multi-way, or now you're playing out of position without the betting lead. And all of these things will happen to to conspire against you. I mean, that makes it way worse for you, right? Just continue to play your big hands as you do. And you're going to lose sometimes. Sometimes a bunch in a row. It sucks, but hopefully and most likely it won't last forever. As we've got a jam here, Benham going to stuff it for his 1720. And Big Buff Poker folding the top pair jack kicker. I feel like we had a misread there because Benham's card didn't read, therefore the next player's cards probably didn't read. I think Queen Jack there for the SPR is going to make the call. Pretty sure we've got a misread on that one, so do apologize for that.
Yeah, interesting. While we were talking, I was watching him check out of position there to see what Benham was going to do. I thought maybe he was trying to, with the hand it looked like he had, induce, and he did. We just don't know what those holdings were. So
yeah, anytime there's one card missing, it usually means that at least that player and their neighbor most likely have a misread. Oftentimes after that, the cards tend to be fairly straightforward and honest. But yeah, I don't know exactly how to explain it. It's something with how the cards are read, and if one scanner tries to pick up two cards or one card multiple times because they got moved across the scanner. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know all the details.
And it's always that 2-3 seat area too. So we kind of, if it happens, we kind of suspect that's just what it is.
Yeah. Flo Hold'em here also says people don't know how slow live poker is. You need 6 months to 3 years to get a real sample. I mean, I don't know exactly. I think I understand the gist of what you're saying, which is that live poker, you don't get nearly as many hands as if you're playing online. So trying to get the same statistical data set with which to make, sort of adjustments and analysis about whether or not you're in a downswing or whatnot does take more time. That's certainly true. Very, very true. But at the same time, I think that with a reasonable amount of volume, particularly as someone who takes the game seriously, who's going to be playing regularly, at least several days a week for multiple hours a session, it's not going to take you that long to build up a pretty decent sample size to understand kind of how you're doing, where you're at. Certainly, if you are going through a downswing or an upswing, it can sort of modify the perspective that you have on your graph of what which particular aspect of your game you're looking at, but it shouldn't take you too long to get the pieces all put together. AJ here flopping bottom set, miles ahead here. Z-Fish drawing two. What has he got here? Just a 7. Yeah, just full blown gutty on the turn and bricks it out. George here with the other side of the coin, which is that win rates manifest a lot quicker in live poker. And yeah, it's a very interesting thing to kind of take. It's two sides of the same coin, right? We're all playing poker, but AJ here all in, of course, on the river for a slightly over pot, and a Z-Fish in the tank with just king high. Yeah, online, you're going to be up against much stiffer competition, by and large, and you're going to be eking out a win rate that is going to need a lot of data points to sort of average it out. But yeah, going to be, single digits of big blinds most of the time. If you're a very good player, depending on what stakes you're in, you could be getting double digits of big blinds per orbit, or sorry, big blinds per 100. But yeah, I mean, live poker is a different animal. You can win a lot of money in live poker.
Daniel Dunn chiming in and says, yeah, but you got to have a win rate for it to manifest. With a frowny face. Yeah, I feel you. What's going on, Mr. Dunn?
Yeah, and then 1,000 hours in a game, a usable sample size, but that's, yep. And a real sample size would be 200K plus. Yeah, everybody's got a different opinion about how many hands you need to play or what's a reasonable data set. I mean, certainly 100 hands is too few. 1,000 is not enough to make a a very solid justification for like how a player is. Once you start to get into the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, it certainly becomes a question of, is it possible that you're just running that bad over that large of a sample size, even though it's relatively possible from a statistical standpoint? Like 1% of the time we're going to see, the population running this bad over 100,000 hands. Because it's so unlikely that the population will do that, therefore it's unlikely that any individual will have that. So you don't really need that many hands. I don't know. We could argue about it. People could talk about it. You get a bunch of nerds that could go off on it forever. But at the end of the day, just keep playing, stick to your game, try to learn, and get better, progress. Right? Like that's really what it all boils down to. If you feel like you're improving your game, that you're putting in the time and effort to think about how to do better in different spots, then you're making progress. That's great for you.
Whose friends are better?
That's a great question. Is her name? I'll take Benji. What's in front of her?
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I get Benji in there? I know two.
All right, Ace King 7, rainbow flop here. Top pair for both John and Z-Fish. Amy here with second pair and JD, the Dusty under pair to the board. It's going to be a bet and a call, just the two players with the top pair. Jack still kicking on the turn.
They should win like 80% of the time with 100 points.
I'll take that.
All right, well, give me a 4-1.
Always awkward when you do see a flop from one of the blinds because you're sort of getting a price, but then you flop top pair, no kicker, and the early position aggressor continues to barrel. It feels like you should defend. Top pair is a really good hand, but this is a rainbow flop, and what you're hoping that he's got like queen jack, queen 10, jack 10, maybe some backdoor hearts. Like, there's just not a lot that you're just like beating, right? So yeah, you're gonna get shown the ace jack or something of its ilk a lot of the time, and that's a $2,700 pot going the way of John. And yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, defending your big blind, defending your straddle, it gets you into these spots a lot, and it's tough. You look at somebody's win-loss rate, in particular from the big blind or the biggest straddle, and like that's the real tale of the tape for a strong player, is how little they lose from the blind or the biggest straddle, right?
Absolutely.
Because it's tough to win from that position. If you're winning from that position, then you're winning from every position. So then you're crushing. But yeah, very, very tough to minimize your losses from that spot.
A lot of diamonds going to a flop here.
And wow, spicy flop here. Top two for Z-Fish. 2 overs and a gutty with the queen 10. But this turn spade gonna slow things down as nobody has even a single spade in their hand. John is going to pick up the best hand here on the turn. Pardon me. Excuse me. He's going to improve to top pair, but is not the best hand. But wow, and he's just going to get away from this with the two players left to act behind, and that is sort of a saving grace for him.
Absolutely. You can see him kind of poking his eyes over there at Z-Fish going, I think I made the right read here. Just going to let it go and pick a different spot.
Yeah, 2/3 there from Z-Fish. A little bit awkward into 3 players like that. I mean, yes, your 2-pair is good a fair chunk of the time, but anytime your opponent has a flush, you're almost certainly going to face a raise and have to call. So there's, maybe some argument to be made for playing your whole range as a check and call, just because you're going to have a lot of that, unless you're going to either be bluffing or betting a flush. I don't know. I mean, anybody can come up with a different strategy there. The 2 pair, of course, not going to be sort of able to fold if they get raised. So always awkward when you bet that large and then are committed to a call. Here we go. Looks like heads up to a king-high board. Gonna be JD flopping best. AJ in there with the suited Robbie, and with no hope of even a backdoor, is gonna head for the exit.
Try to get in there with a little suspect hand that's suited, and not a single diamond comes his way. As does happen.
Yeah, the old suited 7-gapper or whatever that was.
Exactly.
Yeah, doesn't usually work out.
I think that was 3 seconds, and I'm like, why are we taking?
What am I doing here?
I think we've given our brother Danny Marks a big shout out yet. I don't know if anybody's going to be in Vegas on the 30th of this month when Danny is going to be on the final table of the WPT Choctaw event, the final 6 that are going to be going to Vegas. Danny made the final 6. He's playing with Eric Lindgren and a couple other famous faces that you'd recognize from some WPT televised big tournaments. So he's going to be playing for a big money score up top. So hopefully some of you guys will get to go out there and sweat with him, and the rest of us will get to watch him on TV.
Absolutely, yeah. Super happy for Danny. Any time you make it to a final table of a big field event, it feels incredible. But particularly in a big WPT sort of circuit main event like that, with the televised appearance of the final 6, I mean, that is a tremendous accomplishment. And while Danny has shipped a WSOP circuit main, this is definitely a bigger payday and sort of a bigger crowning achievement if he's able to bring it home. So really rooting for Danny there. Hope everybody does tune in for that if they're not out in Vegas. I will be there, and depending on whether or not I'm still in the tournament that I'll be playing that day or not, certainly planning on going to be on the rail for Danny.
Yeah, where are they playing that one again?
I wanted to say it was in the Poker Go studios there at Aria, but maybe that's not true. I may be completely wrong about that.
Yeah, if anybody knows, throw that out in the chat. If you're planning on going out there and sweating Danny, or know where that's going to be played. Danny definitely has Choctaw as a kind of home location for him. That is a location obviously close here to Dallas, but he has just done super well at in those tournaments. So definitely making a name for himself in the local community, but now big time on the national spotlight as well. And so excited for him.
Yeah, I mean, that's big money locked up already.
Yeah.
And I mean, even if he goes out in 6th place, right, like he's getting 6 figures, and that's pretty incredible. But or at least I think that's right. I have to go back and
75,
look.
I think, was at 6th. Yeah, he's locked up
75, and then the next one is 6 figures, right? Yeah. A bunch of players sort of just cold calling this 3-bet. Big Buff Poker here, the player most excited about this one. As top boat on the flop, and he is first to act. One of the quintessential, oh my God, is it on me? I checked moments that I've ever seen, this time on the live stream table. AJ, who was the pre-flop aggressor with the 3-bet, getting called in multiple spots. He's like, all right, I have the ace of clubs, and unless someone has pocket 5s or pocket 9s, they probably haven't connected with this board in a way that is going to last multiple streets. So let's go ahead and fire out 1,000 and sort of see how things develop. Of course, when he gets called by Big Buff Poker, that's not going to feel great, but he could be up against any number of different hands, maybe 10-jack suited of clubs, queen 10, queen jack of clubs, something like that. Ace of diamonds here on the turn. Terrible card for AJ. But it should slow him down as well. Now he has showdown value, so I would imagine that he thinks about just checking this one back. I mean, yes, there's the front door clubs that are just like, yeah, you give him a free shot at that, but you have the ace of clubs, so you block a ton of the just like, you know, big nutty combos. And honestly, if your opponent just has like queen, jack of clubs, they're really dead here. Like they're drawing really thin. You can give them a free river, play in position. But instead, AJ is going to bet this for value, and this is going to be at least the wager of 1750 going into the dust, as Big Buff Poker is now going to stuff it. AJ makes the call, and he needs to hit an ace and an ace only.
Like dead or like way ahead.
It's like my best friend.
He said, I'm way ahead. I just want to go once. Shoo.
Yeah.
And you see, sevens full would have got there if they were still in the hand, too. Woo.
Sevens would have, but yeah, there's just no way that we get to this stage of the hand. You're right, but and yeah, I mean it's a little bit awkward, right? Because let's say that AJ checks back the turn, and SPR was 1 there, and Big Buff Poker rips it on the river. He may still end up finding the call off because SPR 1 top pair. There's some draws that could have missed, whatever. You don't just always give your opponent credit for just like pocket 5s, pocket 9s, or some sort of weird like maybe 6-5 of hearts or something that just somehow got priced in and found a way to that flop. You just don't always give him credit for that. So he may have called it off anyways. Who knows? But the way that it did play out was maybe a little bit insightful.
Yeah,
Tough spot there for AJ nonetheless. Big Buff Poker with a big win.
Yeah, bluff the flop, hit your ace on the turn, you get check raised for his whole stack. You know, definitely puts you in a weird spot there. Lala chiming in, what's going on, girl? She says Danny's final table will be at the HyperX Esports Arena in Vegas.
Okay, is that over? Wait, is that all the way over in the Luxor?
Let me get on the googly googlies here. HyperX Arena, Las Vegas, Luxor Hotel. You are correct.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Well,
Well,
by Mandalay Bay. Yeah, kind of over on the outskirts a little bit on that side of town.
interesting. Okay. Well, cool. I mean, it's good for them to put that arena to use for something. I wonder what kind of event they're trying. I mean, maybe it's just like a free to join event, or I mean, I would imagine, right? You're not going to charge people to come in and watch a final table of poker. Interesting venue, I suppose, but yeah, very curious. Thanks for sharing that, Lala. King 10-6 here, 2-tone with top pair for Amy. JD on second pair, and Z-Fish here working with an overcard and backdoor hearts only. Likely not long for the world, as Amy is going to bet from the hijack. And now over to JD with the second pair. Single bet, usually not enough to clear out second pairs, and he does indeed make the call. 5 of hearts on the turn, no good for him. And he will check it over to Amy. 3,200 in her stack. She's going to continue betting, this time to the tune of 700. And that's all she wrote.
She's repping the city of Dallas pretty hard with the Dallas Mavs jacket and the Dallas Stars hat. Takes down a nice pot there. Yeah, Miss Lala there in the chat, and Handsome Andy, I'm sure will be joining us in the chat at some point, took me to my first Korean barbecue last night. And I will say I had to waddle out of there as I ate my weight in Korean barbecue last night. Really good restaurant here about a mile from our location in Dallas. And yeah, it was my first Korean barbecue experience, and we'll definitely be hitting up some of those places some more. It was something new for the palate.
Nice. Wait, just a mile away, huh?
Yeah, like a mile down Harry Hines Boulevard, the infamous Harry Hines Boulevard.
Do you remember what it was called?
I'm going to look it up again. It's like Kyoro or...
Okay. Interesting. I'm always into new restaurants near the card room up there, because when I go up there, I usually end up going to It is. It's another Korean barbecue place, but it's not like, you know, they don't have like the grill top table or anything like that. It's just go up to the counter and order. Drawing a blank on the name right now, but really good food and, you know, not that far from the card room. So anytime I can find another, you know, sort of good spot around there, it's great. Incredible
What a
flop
hand.
here.
Yeah.
Top set for Z-Fish and top pair second kicker for AJ, who just got blasted in the last hand, reloaded up to 10K, and is sitting on what is arguably a very good hand by any standards.
Yeah, he indeed is the one about to be barbecued, as we were talking about food. And nasty flop here for AJ.
Yeah, Z-Fish here in position. He could just call the 450, and SPR will be 2 going to the river. SPR of 2 going to the river in position. A very manageable SPR in terms of getting all the chips in. Does make it maybe a little bit awkward to go for the raise. Yeah, so you have to go very small. And he basically min-clicks here if you are going to raise, because the only other way to do it is, you know, to call and then hope to raise their river bet. But yeah, he does go for the small sort of clickish size here. 8 of diamonds on the end, completely bricks the board. I mean, there's nothing out here, right? It's like ace 10 or some sort of flop small set that makes some sense. And now AJ, who is fresh off of stacking, is like, huh, here we go. And like, what do you beat, right? Like, what are the logical bluffs? As we've got ace deuce 4 rainbow flop, full badoogie on the turn. Like, there's no flush draws here. It's not like you can turn a combo draw with like queen jack of clubs that picked up some equity. Like, there's just none of that. So, you know, we're down to something like pocket 5s, pocket 3s. And I mean, like, what else is bluffing here? I don't know, man.
Yeah, it is a rough spot to be in. You know, there's several aces, obviously the 2-pair variety that beat him, but just I think you just pay those off. Rough spot to be in.
I mean, you could be chopping from time to time if Z-Fish sort of values an ace-queen. This high up, of course, you could be losing the ace-king. I mean, presumably Z-Fish here, pre-flop, 3-better. Didn't quite catch the action, but I think it's open from AJ and 3-bet from Z-Fish. And yeah, I mean, just, I mean, pretty gross. I mean, how often are you in this spot where you have a really strong top pair holding and you're just like, what do we do here? Like, is this guy ever bluffing? Look at this board.
Maybe it a set. Who knows?
AJ does pay it off, and he's like, you do have a set.
He did have a set.
You have the set.
Oh my God, you have an ace as well?
What's that? How much?
36.75.
I think that's it.
John shakes his head in disbelief as, yeah, just about an orbit and a half into the night, and AJ has gone down to the felt, rebought, and stacked up another player the very next hand.
Rough spot, but we're 30 minutes into a 5-hour session, so he's got plenty of time to try to recoup. But that's a tough one, like you said, one hand later. And I did finally get my map pulled up. It was Koryo, K-O-R-Y-O, Koryo Korean Barbecue on Royal Lane, just down the road from this location. So yeah, really good spot.
Cool.
It's almost gone. So
That's the spirit right there.
I want to see you do that at the final table.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up the place that I like to go that's up there as well. Of course, I probably put the wrong search criteria in here. Let's see if I can narrow this down. But a very good place that's not far from there. I'll see if I can find it.
Danny putting in a big 3-bet here with the king, queen, O.
You get a little courage right now.
And Benham coming right back at him with ace, queen, 4-bet. Danny with the wine bottle, drinking straight from the bottle.
It's almost empty.
So I guess it's not going to be a community bottle.
No, he's still got the stopper in there. He hasn't chugged out of it just yet.
I think he said it was almost empty, so it wasn't going to be a shareable bottle. But
You need to bring your own glass. What's your name again, John? John? You from Texas?
Yep, from here.
50. So you think the Mavericks gonna win?
I hope that they will win.
You see, I'm actually from OKC.
Okay.
Big Buff Poker saying he's from Oklahoma City.
Looking like this situation.
Not rooting on our local Mavs, but it's been a good series so far.
All right, CJ's Bulgogi and Grill is the place I was looking for. Yeah, it's just like a mile and a half or so from TCH Dallas. Very good, super easy, in and out. Yeah, really good spot.
You know I love you.
AJ here, a couple of 9s, 3-betting it up, taking it down. He has reloaded this time up to 15K. He's like, all right, I guess I got to just keep matching the stack around here to get my money back.
That's right.
I don't even want top. I want 7-deuce. I can make miracles happen.
I had 7, 4, and 7 king.
I'm lucky with 5. I've had all the deuces. I've had
I mentioned this is Big Buff Poker's first time on the stream. I hope he's got some friends and family members that are joining tonight. He's there in our 4 seat, and glad to have him on here. If you're a friend or family member of Big Buff Poker or played with him before, chime in the chat. Let us know you're rooting for him
you're only $20,
or rooting against him.
I believe in
I know we like seeing new faces on here. We've had some good ones here recently, Aaron, and had some really good action in the last few streams here. So hope that continues tonight.
Yeah, I think we are headed for exactly that, as we're just 2 orbits in and plenty of action so far. Of course, AJ taking it in the shorts here a little bit early on. Going to try to work his way back up, but this time here it's going to be a cutoff open. JD 3-betting the button with Queen 9. Cold call out of the straddle from Z-Fish. Going to go ahead and flop effective 3rd pair, but it's Danny here with bottom set. The run good continues for Danny Marks as he is in a brilliant spot here. This is a rainbow flop too, so
Yeah.
raising here, I mean, the players are going to be like, what on earth does he ever have? This is ace-3 suited, ace-5 suited, something of that nature on occasion. But, like, outside of that, like, what is he bluffing? It's really tough to find a bluff here. Ace-5 diamonds, ace-3 diamonds, you know, hearts or spades makes some sense. But, you know, Queen 9, of course, just straight into the muck, and Z-Fish here with super dust. Like, hard blocks even a couple of those combos that we're talking about, the ace-3 of clubs and hearts. Of course, maybe clubs doesn't even think about doing it because it's just a little too dusty without the backdoor opportunities. And Danny is also just not deep at this point, right? Like, this is 1K off of his 2K stack. He's basically saying, like, I either have it completely or I'm such a, like, total whiff here that I'm just hoping that this check raise to 1K is somehow going to win me this pot. But, I mean, Z-Fish is thinking it over, I guess. I mean, it's only 550 to call, so maybe he's thinking if I drill a 3, you know, 5% of the time, like, is that good enough to get me paid?
For sure. Don't blame Danny either for taking the line he did with the, you know, maybe shorter stack here, targeting a big king. Unfortunately, his opponents had none of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's kind of weird if you just call, right? Like, I mean, obviously we saw the pocket 3s call, so maybe he could just call and sort of represent a hand like pocket 9s or 10s that is just not quite convinced that they're behind yet. and then hope that something develops later on for you to get all the chips in. But I mean, obviously the raise perfectly fine. Anytime you flop a set, it's never a bad time to raise.
I was gonna call and you called too. I don't know what I'm doing. Rusty.
He's gonna fold your jam for sure. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
I should have just called him.
It's trapping JD, but then I got trapped.
Danny's saying I should have just called. I mean, yeah, on a rainbow board, that does definitely factor in as a more reasonable line with the flop set.
I do 7, but I don't want to show it. Yeah, that was good.
All right, Amy, 2 red 10s. Going to come in for the very small 4-bet. Cold 4-bet out of the big blind against JD's 3-bet. And Z-Fish with the aces again just makes the call. Cold calling a 4-bet. This is uncharted territory. JD getting a pretty incredible price here if his cards are live. Obviously, the diamonds will always be live, but, you know, flopping top pair in a 4-bet pot with a 9 kicker rarely works out for you. So he's going to make the call pretty much on the, you know, sort of diamond equity alone, but yeah, a whole lot of not much there.
We didn't get the ace 9-10 I was hoping for here.
Wow.
Rip City.
Amy's going to stuff it for pot on this queen high board, basically saying, I don't have any spades, and so as long as my opponents don't have a queen or an overpair, I will probably be getting it in good if called off. I don't know. I mean, it's tricky. This one's tricky. I mean, it obviously sucks if you just like check and then lose because someone bets, and like, what are you gonna do? Just like call down with 10s? Wait, what? That's 1,000.
Yeah, he's a little short.
No, she doesn't have that much. Her stack is completely wrong.
Oh,
okay, this makes way more sense.
She hit a 10.
Amy here was all in for like 1,700, not 3,000. That's why she's all in, because she didn't have very much at all, and honestly probably should have just ripped it pre-flop.
Right.
But she ended up getting JD's money in there with the ace-9.
Yeah, she YOLO'd it in on the queen high flop and gets that miracle turn. Wowzers. Yeah, I did not realize she was so short. It was showing that she had 3,200, and she had just 1,000.
Yeah, so whatever had happened somewhere along the line had got her stack a little bit mixed up. So we're going to end up seeing her stack substantially higher than what it actually is. She got paid 1,700 or thereabouts. That's like 34 plus the pre-flop action of 1,000. She has somewhere around 6,000. Maybe 6,500, I think. So probably take 3,000 off of her stack. River Rat, all caps, in the chat. What's up, dude? Welcome.
Yeah, what's going on down there in the Rio Grande Valley?
Venom chooses not to defend from the large straddle. AJ will take it down. Off-suited ace on the button. As we take a peek here at our aggression frequencies, of course, Z-Fish, AJ, JD, all playing, you know, standard aggressive poker from the limited sample size that we have here. Scott has not played very many hands. I think just one, really. As, we'll get a peek at the VPIPs here before you know it, but only 20 hands in, and Scott mostly looking at hands sort of like this and just folding away.
You gotta switch it up.
Trying to make him feel worse about it.
He's got his South Park card protector out there, like always. I think he's gone with the Eric Cartman, respect my authority police outfit.
Gotta love that. That's an original right there.
Absolutely.
Take it easy, dude. I'm telling you, take it easy. 350.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't want to go there. Oh my god. He went there.
I have to.
He went there.
Benham here, top pair no kicker up against the middle pair for Z-Fish.
550.
You guys.
And wow, Z-Fish getting it done with just continued aggression there. Benham not willing to hold on with the queen 3. Didn't even think about continuing.
Got him with a little tough talk there, you know. Tell him, you don't want to do that, you don't want to do that. Oh. Pushed him off of it.
I gotta try that more often. You
Yeah.
know, anytime I'm bluffing, just be like, listen, bro, get out of here. Like, you literally just fold. Like, what's wrong with you? You know, see if I can just
Big Money McAvoy always gives off those tough guy vibes, you know.
shame them into folding. That's right. Big Money McAvoy.
That's right, baby. Big Money McAvoy's gonna run to Vegas and spin that sucker up, baby. I know I'm rooting for you.
Yeah, I would love that. I'm going to play a bunch of tournaments out there, you know, be out there for a few weeks to start things off, and then sort of cool my jets for a little while before I go back out for the main. But yeah, it would be a dream come true to final table a WSOP bracelet event. That is for sure.
Heck yeah.
Are we playing a bounty game?
Nope.
I'll take
Down a game on
I'll take
aces.
extra if you'd like me.
I think I've told the story before, but one of the guys I used to play in a kind of friendly, really it was a retired oil field guy league down in Houston when I was down there working in the oil field, and one of the guys that played in our league was about 2 weeks away from retiring and went to Vegas and played in a Millionaire Maker event, and you've probably seen him on some streams. His name is James Duke.
Okay.
And Mr. James Duke, I think, got a third place and $615,000 third place in a final table in Vegas, and went ahead and called his boss and said, "You know what? I'm not going to do that 2 weeks notice thing after all. I'm just done. You know."
Yeah, retirement has arrived.
Yeah.
And bye-bye now.
Yeah, and he's been playing circuit ring events and live streams ever since in his retirement. So that is my hope for you, Aaron, that maybe you get started on that big poker career a little early.
Dude, that would be amazing.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
all about it. A couple of top pairs here, JD and Scott, both with the queen. It's going to be a jack versus a king kicker here. And pretty rough spot here for JD, all things considered. However, there were quite a few other players in the hand to kick things off here. So JD with no heart can pretty much beat all of the heart flush hands that now he can't. Now he can't. Scott going to quickly check behind, and no jack on the end. And no ace means that JD will be losing if we get to showdown. Let's see if he goes for a block here or just elects for the check and see how things develop. That was 1730 in the middle. It is going to be the just about 1/3, little under block size. And wow, Scott here seemingly unhappy about this.
Right?
I feel like the block size on the river makes you feel really good about your hand. But Scott perhaps going the other direction, feeling like, ooh, the small bet is actually worse for me. I mean, I would be baffled with a fold.
Goodness gracious.
How does that make you feel, being the queen?
Wow, he folds the king, queen, and JD is in disbelief.
Yeah, that's the fault.
I was not bluffing.
Yeah, small size blocker bet, you know, appearing so, but, you know, obviously that's about 1/3 of Scott's stack, and maybe he just wasn't ready to rip that stack in. That's, you know, part of what you run into buying in for a shorter amount, and these guys start to chip up, and you know, he may just be waiting for a perfect spot, but that felt like a really good one to me to get at least to make the call there for
I mean, he's got the
500.
king. Yeah, he's got the king of hearts, so he hard blocks the different flush combinations that JD could have. It's, you know, if you think about it, it's entirely possible that JD is blocking with a hand that is inferior to the queen jack or the king queen, right? Like the queen jack, the queen 10. I mean, those hands make perfect sense for the small bet because they can try to get paid by pocket 10s, pocket 9s, whatever, you know, could be out there. So, yeah, I mean, maybe with just a little bit more thought, he would have, you know, been able to sort of put it all together. But I think he was just maybe a little bit concerned about it going so multi-way from the beginning, and that kind of factoring into like, oh, JD's hand's going to be stronger than it otherwise normally would,
Right.
because we were multi-way. Well, that makes sense all the way up until your heads up, and then also the small bet, right? Like if JD has a really strong hand, he's probably going big. So I don't know, couple of different ways to think about that one. Obviously, we're not at the table trying to make these decisions without seeing the cards. So tough spot there for Scott. Let's go the better hand, but nice win for JD.
Amy's going to flop top 2 here. Raise big buff poker there. Almost said big bluff, but big buff poker there. Either name could work. You know, he might put in a big bluff later, but John
we need to see a big bluff from him.
For sure, John in the seat 2 was forced to fold his 7-deuce pre-flop. Even with the 7-deuce game on, there was a big raise, so I think he just decided to get out of there and avoid a potential disaster there. Had some devious intentions, but decided to go against it.
Let me have it one time, man. He wants you to win a bigger pie. AJ, come on, man. Come on, dude.
This speech is not
One
gonna
time,
work,
one time.
man. I killed it from my last game, so we just ripped or whatever.
It would be great if they show John VP against Zfish Open. It's like 100%. No, I'm just kidding.
John saying he was a little tilted after having to fold the 7-deuce. Nothing better than to get you off tilt than flopping top 2.
I was like, please put that in. Go for that.
And he's back to laughing, having a good time as he's dragging a pot.
You guys do respect on this table.
No,
I respect you, buddy. As a person.
Thanks,
I love
I
you.
wanted to
As a poker player.
We are through 25 hands of our 5-10, 25 no limit hold'em Tuesday night live stream here from TCH Live in Dallas, Texas.
It's okay, that's how
Got
we
the
do it.
awesome Kevin rocking the red beard, doing the dealing tonight. Our normal cast of characters, plus one new guy in seat 4, Mr. Big Buff Poker. So far, it's been a good stream. There's a lot of money on the table, and we got the 7-deuce game going. Yet to see that one put into action.
I learned how nice
Clarify
of a
that.
guy you are.
Yeah, you.
Sees you in the alley.
Yeah,
John's going to win another one. Quick, easy win.
He was like, you know what? I'm never getting bullied again. And since then, his life has changed. He's making final tables. He's winning streams. He's crushing overseas.
Yeah, I won 2 streams. It's the first time I've won 1 stream.
And
That's
those
like
were
2 in a
good
row.
games, yeah.
We help
I
Danny
am,
thick skin. You
I am losing quite a bit of these. Don't worry, guys. You'll get it all back.
remember last time you won a tournament for the game.
Yeah.
May 30th,
I was
2024.
first 50 the next day with that battle of line.
Running it back.
Beautiful hand here for Big Buff Poker, Ace King Spades variety.
Deja vu.
Going to 3-bet. This is early position violence as we've got an open with the Ace 3 suited from John. AJ calls and Amy here going to 4-bet. Again, her stack is not quite what we believe it to be, or the screen is showing. As she is sitting on something closer to 6K.
How's our drink, you know?
I guess maybe 7, since she put
7-ish,
15
yeah.
out there, yeah. Anyways, Big Buff Poker, like, snap jams it in. Everyone else out of the way, and it's back over to Amy. Does she want to call off for her remaining 6,000 or thereabouts?
She makes the call. She just runs it once. Here we go. We're going to rip it, Aaron. Max Payne.
Yeah, one time. Pocket jacks out in front. We know one of the aces is missing. Cards are on their back, and it's a couple of tens. Oh, and a king on the turn.
I had a king too.
Wow, that is an unfortunate spot for Amy, flopping clean and losing to not very many outs, as Big Buff Poker was missing at least an ace and a king.
Yeah, that turn card that just had rewarded her with the set of tens against aces previously did not come through with a reward there, as she was punished by the king. And big hand there for Big Buff Poker.
Yeah, looks like she came prepared with a reload, though. Fistful of Benjamins and stack of black chips. So Marshmallow is in the booth tonight. That's right, Skull Mike. Marshmallow taking over these streets, on the airwaves, on the felt. Better watch out.
Welcome, welcome, Mike. Love watching you guys too, man. Thanks for joining in.
Yeah, I was wishing I could go full Marshmallow on the live stream on day 3 of the main event. Of course, came up a little bit short, but still had a great run. And what a fantastic circuit that was, the series of tournaments. Always looking forward to playing more of those. But Mike, I'm sure I'll see you out in Vegas. Are you going out there? What are you playing out there, Mike? You gotta let me know here in the chat. All right, JD here with the new school pocket aces here, ace-5 suited.
That's right, Big Money McAvoy. That's the new nickname, Big Money McAvoy.
Or it could be Big Money Marshmallow. You
Big
know?
Money Marshmallow, yeah.
Rolls right off the tongue.
Money making marshmallow, you know, whatever.
Now that sounds like a pimp or something. I don't know. All right, up and downer here for Danny with the backdoor clubs working. JD flopping best with the bottom pair, and of course already picking with the ace. That's 300. Over to Danny now. Effective stack 4,700. He's going to make the call. And drills it. What a dirty turn card here for JD.
Filthy. That run good, Danny Marks.
Early and back for the main. I'm doing the same thing, so we'll be out there the same time period. We'll have to take an afternoon. What we'll do, Big Money Marsh, I like it. What we'll do, Mike, is let's bag chips in the Mystery Millions on just right away on our first bullet, and then we can take the rest of the flights off, and we'll go drink some beers and have a good time. JD here sizing up his options, SPR of 3. And he is going to go for the sort of geometric sizing here, it looks like. 1,300 now on the turn. Danny now, similar situation to earlier where he is out of position with a monster. And yeah, I presume the decision is clear for him.
I guess twice. My thing is I don't really care if it's slow, but if it gets above 12K, 15, once they're especially if it's 20K flats, then I'm like, can we run twice? I really don't want to hear the gun punches going up. Oh, I hit 2 out here. I'm like,
I just don't like to change it. So if it's under 1,000, once for sure.
I mean, these spots are weird, right? Like if you ever do just have the King Jack of clubs, you feel like you should probably just call, but you're going to be out of position. You're going to see a lot of bad rivers, so maybe you stuff it. I don't know. It's always kind of weird, but Danny, of course, with the stones here, is going to go ahead and stuff it all in there. And now JD is like, I mean, I can't fold this hand, so clearly we make a call. He's going to need to find an ace for a 5. He's got 2 chances at it. That's not one of them.
Ace or a 5.
Clean living there for Danny Marks. He is going to dub it up 10-3.
It's more of that kind of stuff. Where I get the perfect card.
I want to say, can you teach me how to do that? But that's what I've been doing as well.
10K pot going Danny Mark's way. Hand number 27. We'll see how much JD adds on, but yeah, there we go. He's already getting some chippies out there, so we've got some potential for some 30, 40, 50K pots as the night goes on. Let's go.
Yeah, we always do. That is for sure. But yeah, several players up into the 10K plus regime now. And yeah, man, I remember last year, Skull, you were in day 2 with a good chunk of chips. I remember, sort of keeping up with the updates on all the local Austin folks. And what you drew, I think you drew what was it, 2 bounties or something like that? I remember I was, sort of sweating to see if you'd pull a big one, but if I remember correctly, you got nothing but, the minimums, 1K or 2,500 or.
Is that is that what the minimums are? Somewhere in that range?
I know it wasn't that much. Maybe it was 2,500. Maybe Skull can let us know in the chat what the minimums were, since I think he pulled exclusively those, or maybe got a 5K or something. Let us know in the chat. But yeah, I mean, obviously the dream is to pull one of the whatever the golden tickets or whatever the hell it is, where you get to go to the the main stage and pull out. You know that your minimum draw is going to be 25K if you draw the golden ticket.
Oh hell yeah!
So
that's dope.
yeah, like as soon as you draw that, you know that you're in for some real money.
Yeah.
Like even the smallest draw at that point is still going to be really good. And then obviously you've got the shot at the million, the 500K, the 250K, the 100K. Like all of those are in play as soon as you're drawing from that box.
I'm just imagining being sad at pulling a 25K bounty.
You would be.
You would
be.
You
would be. But
but at the same time, you're just like womp womp. I'm free rolling now, baby. This whole trip. Let's go.
Absolutely. Heads up now between John and Danny. Danny flopping the overpair, the immediate overpair, betting the flop, and John just going for the check and call with backdoor diamonds working the overcard and the gutty. Doesn't pick up any additional equity, so he is just going to fold, and Danny is going to go back to back here, taking down the next one for 2,100. Big Buff Poker here up 15K. Danny up 6. Z-Fish, John, and Benham all up a little bit as well. Everyone else stuck. AJ down the most. JD and Amy down about 1 buy-in. And Scott a little bit less than that. Looks like Skull just dipped in to call me Marshmallow and then head on out, so we won't get the heads up on that. Maybe someone else can look it up or played in that event last year. Let us know in the chat if you are aware of what the minimum bounty is in the WSOP Mystery Millions tournament. I want to say that it was 2,500. I mean, they're only taking 5% of the field to day 2 from the starting day 1 flights. So you're talking about 1 out of 20 players advancing to day 2, and then the bounties start to kick in. So 2.5 buy-ins is a very reasonable number for the bounties. I believe that's what it was. But yeah, I mean, they Big Buff Poker here with the aces, the birds, and his opponent just completely breaking out. Gonna go ahead and bet the river here. Danny with some blocker action, but yeah, it's pretty dusty to go for some river. Just YOLOs, and so he decides against it, just folds. Yeah, so what they did last year, of course, was they guaranteed one million top bounty, and they said, we're going to figure it out after that. We know there will be one, and depending on how many people enter and how big the prize pool gets, will determine how many more $1 million top bounties there will be. They ended up making enough in the prize pool to do 2 of them.
God.
And I think most people were pretty excited about that. I did hear plenty of conversations from other people that were more along the lines of, okay, for every 1 million top prize, you could do 10 100Ks. I think they only gave away, it was like 400Ks, right? Like,
Right.
or maybe it was even less than that. Like, there was like a couple millions, like one 500K, like one or two 250Ks. Like, there weren't very many of the other big ones that were slightly smaller. And some people are, of course, you know, being like, hey, put more of the, like, really significant payouts, 100K or 250K.
Yeah.
But, like, there's more chances for more people to win as opposed to just, like, one person hitting the lottery. And, I mean, of course, that discussion will go on forever, like, as to which one people want. Like, if you're the guy that just, like, wants to go in there and just bink the million and, like, yeah, like, obviously that's what you want, even though the chances are slim, versus the person that wants more chances at a reasonable number. I mean, whatever, but I don't know. What do you think? Would you rather have more top prizes or a little bit more of the spread out, still significant 100Ks or whatever?
For me, I think I like the idea of, you know, a few more of each of the life-changing kind of money type deals, you know, 250s or 100Ks. But at the same time, you know, the more of those you add, you know, unless they change that percentage, you're taking away from the prize pool too, you know. But I think going into those big bounty tournaments like that, you know, that's kind of what you're after anyway. So, you know, the true, you know, grinder tournament players, you know, kind of avoid some of those type bounty tournaments anyway, I think, you know, just because it maybe doesn't appeal to them as much, whereas a lot of us just, hey, it's fun, it's tournaments, we like it, there's still a prize at the end of the day, and then you got a shot at $1 million. I mean, I think for most people that's pretty damn exciting. So, you know, I don't think I'd be opposed to any of it, but the idea that there could be two.
I'm not opposed to more money.
Yeah, at all. I don't. You know, the fact that there could be two people drawing $1 million. You know, like two people get a chance to really change their lives. You know, just by knocking out a player. I just think that's awesome. You know.
Yeah. So here's what I'll say. As I do want to just shout out there, Amy winning with the jacks this time around.
Giggities, that's right.
Yeah, maybe not getting quite as much value as she could have, as AJ had flopped top pair, top kicker there, and that was top pair, top kicker all the way to the river. Ended up going check, check on the end, so maybe a little bit of missed opportunity for her to recoup some of those losses, but also understandable. I mean, the board was a little bit connected, and you're never really quite sure where you're at with the immediate overpair to the board as to whether or not your opponent has some sort of two pair that's a little bit concerned about its own strength. But as it stands, we're going to have a flopped set here for Benham. It's second set. Now up against turned two pair and an open ender. Scott here with the front door, back door clubs. The front door, back door clubs that don't come in. So he's just on the up and downer at this point.
He's going to will Eric Cartman to a straight.
And
to no avail.
Clubs too late. Benham going to finish with the best of it if we get to showdown. 2,100 in the middle, SPR of 2. And he is going to bet 1,400. Tough spot here for Big Buff Poker as, yeah, he's got a hand that could definitely bluff catch at some frequency, but with a player left to act behind who has overcalled the turn bet, it's like there's nothing worse than calling with ace-jack and then your opponent behind just like shrugging and calling with queen-9. And like, yeah, you were beating Benham, but like you lose to the guy with queen-9. So like, what were you doing in there? Yeah, so he folds, and everyone else does too. Benham takes it down. V-Pips as of hand 32. Z-Fish playing about 50% of hands. Scott down at 13%. And Benham, the next lowest, at 30%. So Scott far and away at the bottom of the totem pole here. Okay, since that hand's over, let me say what I was going to say. The one really cool thing that I like about adding more $1 million bounties is that, like, so many people enter that tournament, right? There's like 19,000 people or whatever it is. It's just an astronomical number of people that enter that tournament. And maybe 19,000 is exaggeration, but there's a lot of people that enter that tournament, right? And then you get down to day 2, and there's still, 1,000+ people in the tournament, or a lot of people. And then somebody, maybe like 200 draws in, somebody pulls the million. Well, that's what everybody showed up for, right? There's still like 700 people left in the tournament. Somebody drew the million, and it kind of like takes all the energy out of the room. But if there's 2, guess what? There's still something to go for, right? So like that energy lasts a little bit longer, unless you have the like very low probability event where like both of them get pulled right away. And that's sort of exciting, right? It maintains the excitement for a little bit longer, which is kind of cool. And like you were saying, it's like, I mean, we went there to pull $1 million. We'd all take the 100K. We'd all take the 250K, even if we busted out the next hand. But the $1 million is what we all went there for. That's in the title. It's the whole gimmick. So I do kind of lean a little bit more towards the let's go more $1 million prizes, even though like you could throw 10 more 100Ks in there, and that would be pretty cool too.
Yeah, we've had I've had a similar experience as far nowhere near the money payouts, but the room being deflated by an early pull in that same situation. We've got our $50 bounty chip tournament here that has the progressive bounty, and somebody pulled within the first 30 minutes like a $7,700, and everybody knew the rest of the time any knockout from that point on is a minimum and maximum of $50. So just it's like 30 minutes into the tournament, somebody's already got what we came here to play for. So it just it just played like a normal tournament really from that point on, because nobody's going to get that excited about a $50 bounty.
Yeah, and it really affects the play, right?
100%.
I mean, and it should affect your play. Like, this is the thing for a lot of people, as Z-Fish here flopping up and down, turning the best of it with a pair of 8s. Benham does pick up the diamond flush draw, though, with the 2 overcards, so certainly not dead by any measure. Of course, is behind the pair for Z-Fish, and the river is a brick for the ace-king, and a full straight now for Z-Fish. Bets half pot, and Benham now have to decide if he wants to hero this off somehow with the ace-king high. Of course, that board way too connected for the ace-king, and let's go. Yeah, like, if there are, like, the way to think about it, right, is the average value of a bounty given what is remaining in the pool. So if with all the millions still in there, and then like infinite 2500s and whatever else, right? Like, the average bounty payout is going to be something like, I don't know, $7,500 or $10,000 or whatever it is. And you think about the value of the chips that you could pick up, as far as like how much further in the tournament am I going to advance? How much more of an ability do those chips give me to take out another player and win another bounty, right? Like, it's a very complicated calculation to try to think about the value of maybe something like 9-10 suited when 2 players are all in and you cover them both, right? Like, this is an opportunity. This is a huge opportunity for you, because you cover them, which means that if you win the hand against them, you get their bounty, and obviously those chips could help you take out more players in the future.
Absolutely.
Now, it could go the other way, where you've got 9-5 suited, and you're thinking about calling off 13 blinds, and you've only got 30. Yeah, you could beat these guys, but if you lose, and you probably will, now you might be the guy that everybody else is hunting.
Right. Yeah, I can't even imagine just how loose and aggressive people play in the $100 black chip bounty tournaments. Early on, trying to acquire chips and then trying to knock out those short stacks. Playing those hands that are normally just instant click. Folds instead of calls. It's imaginable how on day 2 in that tournament, people are going to be just trying anything they can to knock out those shorter stacks. So
yeah, and what you'll end up seeing too on the day 1s, which is I mean, obviously all of these massive field tournaments, you tend to get a fair bit of this, where people just kind of go in with a bit of a YOLO attitude. They're like, I'm either going to win it all because I got really lucky, or like, I'm just going to lose, right? Like, I mean, what are the chances that I'm going to outplay everyone at every table that I'm at? It's just very low, unless you're just a, you know, crusher, and you go in, you studied, you know exactly how to play against everyone, and you just smash them. So a lot of people go in there and they're like, all right, I'm just ripping it. I'm putting a bunch of chips in all the time. I'm trying to build a huge stack because I want to make day 2 with like 50 or more big blinds so that I can knock people out and pick up bounties. And that's a very rational strategy. But you run into it on day 1. It's not like you only deal with it on day 2, right? People are trying to accumulate that big stack on day 1. And it can be very disconcerting when someone's just like all in for 35 big blinds. And you're like, wait, why? Like, what does that mean?
Yep.
But, you know, they're just like, win big or go home. Ace high here for Z-Fish will be good if we get to showdown, but JD checks to him, and he's got 10 high. Not going to go for it. Pays the price. Phony Turgeson in the chat says, TCH crew, hope everyone having a great day life. Oh, having a great day, comma, life is
Life
wonderful.
is wonderful.
Live every day. I do hope that I live every day, at least every day that I'm alive. If I don't, then I'm dead. So, you know. But thank you for those kind words, and thanks for tuning in. Happy to have you here, Phony.
Great
Ferguson.
words of Tim McGraw, you know, live like you were dying.
And that we all are.
Yeah.
One day closer to the grave each and every day. But a good reminder to, to live every day.
Yeah,
like
thank you,
say.
Phony. Throwing that positivity in the chat there, brother. Appreciate you.
Let's go. JD here. Go ahead and continue with the ace high. Is the best hand. John going to make the call with the backdoor diamonds coming in on the turn. JD didn't really have a lot of opportunities to improve his equity on the turn, unless he just hit a pair. But he does check it back with the best of it, and the end result is a top pair river. John with the king high here, he's got some showdown value. So yeah, I think just the check and sort of hope to show down somehow. But JD rivering the ace, certainly going to go for a little bit of value now. And with 2 busted flush draws out there, he can kind of go big. He didn't bet the turn, so it doesn't really make sense for him to have a lot of those. But yeah, he's going to go 400 into 5. I mean, I think this size makes a lot of sense. It's just a little bit counterintuitive. Like maybe he bets something like jack high diamonds, picks up like gut shot and a diamond draw, and is like, all right, maybe now we just check and take our equity in position, see what happens, and then bomb the river if we miss. Right? There's a lot of different ways you can go, but he just has the best of it.
Absolutely. Ma in here saying we're rooting for Professor John all the way. Doc Hollywood. Guessing that's your name. Says hope to join the TCH stream one night soon, comma, Doc Hollywood. And Phony reminds us that he's not one for punctuation. It was never his string suit. We're glad you're not in a string suit. That is an image that neither I or Aaron, nor Aaron, want to see.
Hey, man, you speak for yourself. That's not a string suit as much as a strong suit.
Strong suit.
And I kind of want to see what that looks like.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. I won't know until I see it.
Bring on that strong suit, tough guy.
Show me your strong suit, big boy. RJ Dupree in the chat says, big events deserve big payouts, and daily events deserve more mild payout structures, in his opinion. Yeah, that's kind of a neat idea where if you're going to do something like a mystery bounty, maybe you do the smaller buy-in, the $200, the $300 buy-ins. You're not trying to do, you know, these big payouts where it's all stuffed into one, like a pure lottery ticket and everyone else is getting $50, as opposed to, you know, something with a larger buy-in. I could feel that. But it still appeals to the same sort of question, pulls on the same emotional sort of heartstrings of the human psyche, which is, some people see the glass as half full, some see it as half empty, some people want more chances at a smaller amount versus fewer chances at a bigger amount. And that is just, there will always be a distribution in the population of who wants what, and I think it's great that we're not all the same.
Here we go, Aaron. Our first 7-deuce coming in with a 4-bet. Let's go.
Yeah, so I know we were talking about the 7-deuce game early on, but 37 hands through, hadn't seen one played. Are we for sure the 7-deuce game is in effect?
It is in effect. I think both times it was a similar situation where it was facing a 3-bet already, and the players chose to just get rid of it.
Let's go.
There's your answer. $100
Let's
a
go.
$100 a pop.
That doesn't count, right?
$100 a pop. AJ getting it done. And of the players here that have sort of suffered the most tonight, I would say that AJ has been kind of on the wrong end of things. So nice for him to pick that one up. Gets a cool 800 from the table.
Absolutely.
And that'll get him sort of well on the road to recovery.
I was about to say how much I love seeing that our player that has kind of got run over the most tonight still has those cojones, willing to get it in and splash around and hitting him with that 7-deuce. Love seeing that.
Do we? Do really appreciate those comments in the chat from Ma. Thank you so much for that. And yeah, happy to have you tuning in. And that goes for everybody. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. 180 of you fine folks here on this Tuesday evening, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. If you have not already, please do consider hitting the like button, helping us get this broadcast out to more folks on the internet. And they'll join us here in the chat, and we'll get a bigger vibe going on. So please do consider that. Also make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. Come back and hang out with us each and every Tuesday night, as well as many other nights throughout the week, honestly. Monday through Thursday with some Saturdays, final tables of tournaments, things all sprinkled in there. We're about to have a brand new location opening here in Austin, moving across the street to a bigger venue. So just really cool stuff coming up here on TCH Live. We've got some big influencer streams coming up as well. Just dropping a little breadcrumb out there for you guys. We got some big stuff coming up. So
Aaron, check this out. We might have a 7-deuce versus 7-deuce situation here.
Ooh. I would love that.
I would love that.
Yeah, tough to see, sort of who comes out on top in a situation like that, as we're going to get a King of Clubs turn. Z-Fish here working with the full-blown nothing burger. Big buff poker.
4-betting 7.
Yes.
He's capable.
3,300 in the middle. Going to go ahead and lead the turn.
Free flop. I was shit-faced, though.
It makes it easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that indeed is a deuce in Big Buff Poker's hand, it was 3-bet pre to 1,000. I'm really thinking that's got to be the hand that he's got. So this could be the first time we've seen this on stream.
So she got her 25 per person. No, it's 50. It's 50.
Z-Fish, 5,200. Doing some inventory. Looks like he's actually got quite a bit more than that. Says 5,200 in his stack, but he just counted out like 3,500 in pink chips. We can see a full barrel of black behind it, so that's 5,500 right there. Plus another 11, plus the, I don't know, he's got like another 15 behind that. I mean, he's got several thousand more than what it's showing on screen. So we've got a couple of stack errors here, unfortunately, in the graphics department. But yeah, Z-Fish here has to decide if he's going to go for this.
Yeah, he's got
it's
4K cut out right there, plus the 2. Yeah, he's got about 8. He's going for it too. This is going to be nice, Aaron.
I mean, he's sure thinking about it. I mean, he lined it up, but to not put it across the line is a little bit suspect. Like, who lines up the bet, then does the whole chip shuffle, the recount, the whole thing? Like, I feel like he's definitely showing a bit of hesitation here. Of course, we can see the cards. We know that he has 7-deuce. We can understand why one would count out the raise and then maybe just be like, no, I don't know.
Oh,
I don't
show
know.
it.
Yeah.
Show it. It was 7-deuce.
I don't like any of this game.
It was 7-deuce.
Yes, that's the best thing ever.
So the new player who's coming in running hot gets the big 7-deuce bluff through against Z-Fish, who we saw thought about ripping it. Oh man!
He was gonna make it like he was gonna make it like 4,200 or 4,300 or whatever that was. Oh my God, that was gonna be amazing.
And if he does, what if Big Buff comes over the top with his big stack? You know, just oh my goodness.
The time to get called down is tough.
I think
That is-
whoever made the last bet was always winning. Like
Always
for
winning.
sure. Right.
100%.
Okay, that was the dumbest John Madden thing I've ever said, but
And I liked it.
but yeah, like had Z-Fish raised, it would have certainly gotten through. Like there was no room for Big Buff Poker to like re-bluff.
No.
Like the room would have been taken away just by the stack pot ratio being so slim.
Every day, multiple
What a fun hand, 7-deuce versus 7-deuce. And now because we've seen it, not only the previous hand, but
Yeah.
now twice in the
Twice.
same hand right afterwards, everyone's going to be thinking everyone's got 7-deuce
Yeah.
every hand. And we went like 37 hands with no one even being concerned about it, right? Like, as far as I could tell, no ranges were being played differently. Like, that was pretty incredible. All right, we've got an interesting one here. Z-Fish with the up and downer. It's going to be the top pair jack kicker for JD.
A little over 3.
And there's something kind of interesting about the 7-deuce game, right? Like, we all kind of understand that there's another 16 combinations of hands that you're just going to be bluffing with a lot. But the really interesting thing is about how it affects your other bluffs and whether or not you're sort of factoring in the fact that at every point of every hand you have 16 combos of bullshit that are going to be playing as though you have something. And I mean, you know, a thinking player is definitely going to be factoring that in.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
it's interesting how the strategy changes.
Yeah, are any of these guys
What
going
your
to be
bluff
calling you
frequency is.
light more often because they think you might be up to something there?
Yeah, and then how does that affect your bluffing frequency? Like,
Yeah.
you're in a spot, even like in a, you know, just like a standard, okay, I picked up a little equity on the turn, you know, I would size up and just keep barreling. You're like, wait a minute, I would have a bunch of 7-deuces here that would want to do that. Do I need to do that with this hand?
Yeah.
Maybe not. I don't know. Pretty fun. I just love it. Anything that sort of adds a little quirk to the game is really fun for me. Obviously, you know, some people find it to be polluting or whatever, sort of perverts the game a little bit, but I think it's fun.
Yeah, and that's what we're here for at the end of the day is fun. I mean, the purists, in my opinion, can take a stick and shove it for all I care. Let's have fun, you know. We're all here to play this game that we love, and anything that adds a little bit of little action and an element of fun to it, I'm all for it.
Scott and AJ here playing the same hand. Benham in there currently with his dusty little pair of 5s, but he will release on the turn. This player's going to chop it up unless something changes in terms of the players. The hands are ready to hack it up, but this is an overbet. Overbet all in from Scott, 2,200 into 1,440. And indeed, he's going to get AJ to fold and get snap shown the same hand. He's like, maybe that's 7-deuce, maybe it's not. I don't know. Oh, wait, it was ace-10. Damn it.
And AJ's just been in those spots tonight where he's just got to feel like, am I the guy that everybody wants to jam into? And I'm going to have to keep making this call until I finally get it right, you know?
Yeah, it's not a great feeling. It's not a great
Absolutely not,
feeling at
yeah.
all when you get raised or 3-bet or 4-bet like every time you try to play a hand. Got stacked a few times. Just kind of feels like everything's against you, but yeah. AJ's got the sort of the gumption and the demeanor to kind of power through. I mean, we saw him get wrecked like 2 hands in a row, and he's just like snap re-adds to 15K and has a smile on his face. So good dude.
And then 4 bets with 7-deuce, you know. No insurance, no insurance.
I'm telling you, dude, those couple of hands have completely changed the dynamic. Like, no one was
100%.
thinking about 7-deuce until those 2 hands, and now no one can not think about it.
Yeah, like I said, 2 people literally just folded it, you know, because they were facing a little bit of aggression pre, and now we've got 2 people that were just going after each other with the 7-deuce, you know, right after AJ got paid off. So, yeah, let's go.
So good.
I wonder if we're not going to do the nit butt game tonight then, because I don't even see them on the table anymore. We may just roll with 7-deuce tonight.
I mean, it's definitely a lot to do both.
For sure.
And I'm, as you were saying earlier, sort of the purist side of things where it's like, no, like play poker, it's side game bullshit, whatever. Like, there becomes a point where you start to play so many of the side games, or even honestly, like the when people are doing flips or pick a color, pick a card, whatever, they're doing all these different things. It can be a distraction for the game, right?
It can, yeah.
Playing the nit game and the 7-deuce game at the same time, to me, is not necessarily a distraction as much as it adds so much more incentive to try to win pots that it really does sort of make it a pure gamble game as opposed to a game of skill and like strategy and, you know, let's try to like find our way to the best solution here to win the most money over the long run. And
Yeah.
there is a part of me that just really appreciates that aspect.
Yeah, we normally have, you know, one of the 2 games going. You know, we rarely on this stream have both the 7-deuce and the standing game or nit butt game going. So
The standing game.
overkill a little bit, you know, when they do both, for sure.
Yeah. I will say too, if you play either game and like the stakes are uncomfortable, it can really change how you play the game too, right? Like you sit down maybe and everyone's like, oh yeah, by the way, we're playing the 7-deuce game and it's 150 ahead, and you're like, this is a 2-5 game. Like what? You know,
Yeah.
you're like, how many blinds are we? What are we doing here, guys? But like that's what they're playing, and you're like, well, you either play this game or I rack up my chips and I leave. Obviously, that's a bit of an exaggeration. I don't think I've ever sat down in a game like that.
With a
but
150 on a 2-5 game, yeah.
yeah, but no, I've had people like try to suggest like 100 ahead in a 2-5 game, and I'm like, I know we're all straddling and playing 2-5-10, like, and I know we're playing Texas 2-5 where it's big, but $100 ahead is a lot in a 2-5 game, no matter how you stretch it. So it was like, let's temper our expectations and, you know, sort of lower the bar a little bit, because when there's that much in there, it does make it to where just like you get 7-deuce and you're just like literally ready to play for it all, because I mean you get $100 from everybody and you only have 2,000 in your stack. I mean that's like half your stack, right? So if there's already half your stack in the pot, of course you're going for it. So I don't know, you end up in these weird spots where people are just like ripping massive amounts because they're either bluffing with the 7-deuce, or they know that everyone else is worried about the 7-deuce, so they just like stuff it with ace-king or stuff it with aces, and then you get these weird jams. I don't know. I don't like that very much.
Yeah, the couple times I've played in the 7-deuce game, I've kind of tried to pay attention a little bit. We're going to have a dealer change here, so they're going to do a flip, but with that 7-deuce game, Aaron, I've tried to pay attention to the sizing of bluffs. If people are obviously showing the bluff at the river, you can kind of look back on the sizing. But if people are betting in spots and over betting, and it just feels awkward, if you kind of have that in your mind, this is kind of an awkward sizing here. Is this one of those 7-deuce bluffs? Because it just doesn't make sense to put this much money out there if this player's really got a strong hand on some sort of board that's not real connected. Not a lot of big draws or anything out there. So that's something that, I think to pay attention to is maybe this, if the 7-deuce, shows its face a lot tonight. We'll see if players are, really trying to buy pots, and put huge bluffs in to win it. And if maybe some of these guys will start picking up on that and calling them down with, some lighter hands, second pair and whatnot.
I mean, honestly, the best part of that is to take it to the next level, which is that you can get paid even more with your value, right? Like, and that's sometimes the toughest part is, it's like, how many times do you get dealt aces, 3-bet or 4-bet someone appropriately, and they fold pre-flop, right? Because it's like, this is showing a really strong line, and I don't really want to go up against a range that's that strong, or maybe their hand was already kind of borderline, something like a king 10 suited, a king jack suited, or whatever, right? So they just fold. It's an easy fold. Now with the 7-deuce game in there, like, you never slow play. Like, you're never thinking about, well, maybe I just call this guy's 3-bet. No, you always 4-bet him with the aces. You always 4-bet him with the kings, the ace king suited, right? Like, those hands are slam dunks because 7-deuce could be in there, right? So now you get all this extra value from your big hands, and that to me is, a very. Wait, is the butt flush about to win this?
The butt flush is going to take it down.
Let's go.
Run good, Danny.
Let's go. I mean, I guess the 4-3 was the true butt flush, but yeah, the 5-high flush, basically, it was the I don't know, the badonka flush. I don't know what it was.
I heard they were giving him hell for slow rolling the butt flush.
Oh, man. But yeah, so let me just finish that thought.
Yeah.
So when you see, not even just like pre-flop, but like someone who overbets the spot where you're like, oh, you really want me to fold, don't you? You can start to mix in your value at higher, like, 2x pot overbets instead of your normal like 1.3s or whatever, because it looks like you're trying to get them to fold because you have 7-deuce. But no, you just have the stones and they call you light. Yeah. I mean, it's incredible how it affects that aspect of the game too.
Absolutely. That's the part I love about this game too, just the mental effing that you get to give back and forth between opponents in spots like that.
Oh, yeah. All right, 4 ways. Good flop here. John playing the 7-3. He's maybe just going to try to show that one down and be like, ha-ha, bitches, I got... Oh, wait, well.
The 7 triz.
Yeah, I still win. Yeah, that's my bad. I'm sorry. Come 10 high. A couple of clubs. Scott here flopping the club flush draw. It's going to be top pair queen kicker for Amy as she snuck in there from the big blind. She is going to make the call. John out of the way. Danny in there. Bottom pair and the back doors. He's also got that ace working and in like Flynn on the turn. Danny picking up top and bottom pair. 15-30 in the middle. Scott the effective stack. SPR of 2. Danny is going to bet small. Makes it 600 to go.
I don't think they did the check. They never checked. That's why it was kind of still like nobody knows.
Club still working for Scott. He makes the call. An awkward spot now for Amy. Like, her hand is kind of bad, but has some equity. She does just let it go, and it's going to be a river pair for Scott. Not what he was looking for. Danny here can go big or small, sort of all options on the table. Could even bluff, could even check to induce the bluff, but yeah, given the SPR 1, I think the all-in, yeah, it sort of makes the most sense. Problem is that you really find it hard to get called by anything. right? Like let's say that he has kind of like one of the best hands he ever has, which is like King 10. I guess maybe 9-10, right? Like 9-10 of hearts or clubs makes some sense. You can get paid by those, but outside of that, King 10, God.
Absolutely.
SPR 1, maybe you call it off on occasion if you have no club or something. I don't know. But he wasn't making any money no matter what, I think.
Quick shout out to our new dealer. This is Crimson. She actually is also a floor here at TCH Dallas and does a great job. I know her dad sometimes jumps in on the chat, so maybe he's watching his daughter tonight. So shout out to Crimson and Pops, and shout out to Jedi in the chat. What's going on, Jedi?
Either way, good job, man. Pretty good. Oh, then you're definitely not going to bluff, 'cause you have-
Danny going to try to flop another set of deuces here. Big Buff Poker going to flop the nut flush draw. And put a bet out there, take it down, shows his hand. Aaron, he's definitely had some of that first time on stream run good tonight as Big Buff Poker's continuing to take down pots and, you know, folding in some good spots earlier. Kind of impressed with what I'm seeing so far tonight.
Yeah, has definitely played well. Also got very fortunate. I mean, you know, the ace-king suited all-in pre for heaps. Yeah, I mean,
sure.
at these stakes, like, no one's folding ace-king suited for pretty much any amount. I mean, maybe if you get super deep and it's like, wow, that's 700 big blinds, maybe someone finds a fold. But, yeah, just very fortunate to find the win there against the pocket jacks. And then outside of that, yeah, exactly, I concur. He's played quite well. Has also just obviously been running very well. I mean, flopping nines full and getting all the chips in against Scott there, or excuse me, AJ.
Yeah.
AJ with the overpair. Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? Or, excuse me, not the overpair, but the turned top pair. Yeah, yeah, run good, play good, put it all together, and that makes for a good night.
AJ's chiming in from the other side of the table since he's the one still kind of most stuck. He's saying you guys are a bunch of nits tonight, trying to egg everybody on. I love it.
It is kind of, it's something that I've felt before, right? You're playing a lot of hands, your VPIP is high, you're getting a lot of playable hands, but you keep losing, and then you just see like all these hands either just get like no action, or somehow you see like two pairs show down against top pair in like this tiny pot, and you're like, what are you guys doing over there? Like, I'm getting stacked over here, bro. Like, come on, you guys are playing these hands like bitches. But
right.
I think he's, yeah, I think it's in good-natured jest.
For sure.
He is
knowing the only way you're going to get unstuck sometimes by switching tables, just because you got a table full of people that are, you know, getting showdown value with just nutted hands. You're like, what is going on here? You know?
Yeah, dude. I have felt that many times in many different games where, and then you look back on it and you're like, yeah, no, I was the guy bringing the action. Everyone else was just nut pedaling, and I was just running bad. So, of course I was gonna feel like it was a dusty game. It kind of was.
Yeah, guys.
I'll buy some for the blacks.
Venom all in with the ace king high, has the best hand.
We did have a guy do that, and he was talking about like the weather, and it was like
Z-fish. It's like, what? Who's this?
What do you have there for? I'll buy.
His
Yeah, I was
hand
gonna do
sucks.
4 bet.
So
we were giving him
should be
shit.
headed for the bin here momentarily. He is ahead of 7-8, 10-8, 10-7. So some of those exist, but he has a 10, so that's not good for him. Obviously, you know, he wants his opponent to have a 7 or an 8 specifically, but the 10 also a very relevant card. And calling off with king high, even if your pairs are good, like let's say your opponent does have something just like pocket threes where you're live to a 9, a 10, and a king, I mean, you're still a dog. So he does let it go.
There we go with it. AJ stacked up around 20K, but he is down currently right at about 11K. Whereas our new streamer, Mr. Big Buff Poker, is up almost 17K in just under 2 hours.
Oh shoot, okay, I don't have this thing.
Deuce of spades on the turn. Z-Fish here still betting with the top pair, and the best of it, Amy, has seen these jacks a number of times tonight, and she's going to go 1 for 3, and she lets them go appropriately. Z-Fish takes the pot. His stack, not 3,600, substantially more than that, but nonetheless, not quite as large as some of the other players at the table. JD, Big Buff Poker, AJ, all sitting on 10K plus stacks.
If you want. If you want. Sorry.
Let me know in the chat, what would you guys do with $1 million bucks? You go to Vegas, you play the WSOP Mystery Millions event. You find a way to spin up a stack, make it into day 2. You knock somebody out, and you're in that room surrounded by thousands of people. You pull the 1 milli. Are you going right back to your table? You playing the stack you've got, you trying to knock out some more people, you trying to ladder up, you trying to make some more money? Or are you like, bro, I just made $1 million bucks and I'm done. Out of here. Later, guys. Going to the club. Going to get my drink on. Or calling the wife, calling the hubby, telling him, hey, we got enough money to pay off the house. What are you guys doing? Let me know in the chat. Doc Hollywood finally got the name updated. All right. Ma has become Doc Hollywood. I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious though, because I've heard people talk about this. You know, poker players that I know locally, and it's interesting. Some people are like dead ass, like serious about how they would just literally not go back and play their stack. Like they got the $1 million and they're done. It doesn't matter that they could win another however many thousands of dollars by continuing to play and either knocking more players out or laddering up. They just don't care. Got $1 million bucks, done. Obviously, other people have different opinions. We're gonna get to the river here. Scott gonna show down the ace high. Takes the pot. George would finish the tournament, but would take a level break. Yeah, I mean, right? Just to let the shock wear off. I mean, imagine actually winning $1 million. I mean, yeah, having a beer, make a phone call. Dude, I'd probably drink for the rest of the tournament. I mean, that's what I might do. ADHD Poker would pull an Office Space. Won't read the rest of it, but I hear you, man. Jedi Master Ted would do Europe, Asia, Africa, and Australia all at the same time. Fantastic stuff. But yeah, I mean, it would be tough too, right? Like we think about it, we're like, what would I do if I won $1 million? And it doesn't really feel real, so it doesn't really. It's kind of tough to answer the question. But like, I really think like if I pulled the milli and I was like, I came here to pull the milli and I did it, and obviously I could still win the tournament and it's another like few $100,000 and whatever. Yeah, exactly, George. Like, buy a round for the table. Just be like immediately server on table 532. Like we're getting schnockered, absolutely schnockered over here. Keep the drinks coming. Ooh, ADHD poker here with a very special thought. As let's get back to the hand here, real fish. Z-fish with the immediate overpair. Benham, top pair second kicker, and he is value betting to the tune of 900. SPR dwindling. If Z-fish makes the call, we are at SPR of 1. But ADHD poker would give everyone at the table $1,000. You won $1 million, and you would just. I mean, that presumes that you have 10K on your person, or I guess it's 8K, right? You'd have to have 8K on your person. Just flop out $1,000 per player. Ooh, all in a call. Z-fish here out in front. Benham needs to hit a king or a jack to improve. Gonna run it twice. Safe for the queens. Run out number 1. Benham already reaching for a reload, and he needs it as he is going to lose. I mean, I'm all for spreading the love. Absolutely. I'm not saying I would do it, but there is the interesting envy factor of you're the guy that comes back to the table wearing the biggest shit-eating grin that anyone has ever seen, and you're like, dude, I just won $1 million, and everyone's at the table just like, fuck you. Like, seriously, bro, that's what I wanted, and I hate you, and I hope you die in a fire.
Hey, what did I come back to after taking a latte break outside the booth? I come back and I got George talking about a bottle of scotch, getting hammered, taking down bounties. I got Aaron dropping F-bombs and wishing people to die in fires. And I got Z-fish winning a $7,600 pot. Let's go.
You missed all the fun, dude.
Evidently.
Welcome back.
Maybe I'll leave the room more often. Let you guys have all.
You know what? I got this, man. Eric, you just go get another latte.
Yeah.
We're good. No, I was asking the chat what they would do if they pulled the $1 million bounty. Whether or not they would just like continue playing like nothing had happened, whether they would just leave the tournament, something in between. And at the same time, we had a very exciting hand where Z-fish made the effective nuts and got paid.
There you go. You know, if I pull the $1 million bounty, obviously I'm still going to play the tournament. I'm going to try to win that damn thing too. But I'm going to do the exact same thing that I would do if I won the lottery. The first thing I would do is change my phone number.
Okay.
Because people would come out of the woodwork asking for money, and I want to be nowhere to be found.
Gotcha. Yeah. I feel that, man. Yeah, what about immediately, though? Like, you said you would finish out the tournament. Do you think you would go back to the table and just, like, lock in, put your game face on, and continue to play, like, top-notch poker? Or would you go maybe down the line of, like, me and George, where you grab a bottle of scotch and just, like, start buying drinks for everybody and just getting lit?
I might take off my shirt and head to the pool, I mean, just run out of there and blind out, to be honest. I don't know.
Woo! We got a hand out of nowhere here all of a sudden as Amy has flopped bottom set. Scott's going to rip it all in, and he is now drawing real thin. Needs an 8. Doesn't get it. As Scott went from 0 to 60 there, just kind of, I think, a little bit trying to brute force one. Thought that maybe Amy would have some overcards and some things that just really couldn't hang on, and no, she's got bottom set. So Amy going to pick up a big one here as we ramble on about
what we would do with $1 million. Evidently.
Yeah, what we would do.
Yeah, in the tradition of the great Lawrence from Office Space, 2 chicks at the same time.
Yeah, right.
is what he said.
It'll be better.
And he's like, yeah, Lawrence, that's what you would do if you won $1 million, 2 chicks. He's like, the kind of chicks that double up on a dude like me, you know. Amen.
Yeah. Amen to that indeed. And Lala, don't listen to her. She's up to no good. I've said
I don't know.
Nothing but nice things about what you and my $1 million would have nothing to do with it. I'm kidding. Yeah, it would be a struggle to go back and continue to play, knowing that like literally all you had to do was walk to the cage and $1 million is yours. Like, but until you do, I mean, you have the piece of paper, right? Like you'd be sitting there at the table with chips and the piece of paper that says $1 million on it, and you'd have to continue to play. I mean, I wouldn't. I'm a competitive person, and yes, that would be a life-changing amount of money, but there's no way I'm just walking away from the tournament. It's just not happening.
Oh, absolutely not.
But I could certainly go and torch with with some drinks in hand. That I could make happen. All right, John here going to flop best with the top pair, no kicker. Benham with 2 overs and Amy on the effective second pair. Everyone's still in for the tune of 200. To a turn we go. 9 of diamonds. Changes nothing. I suppose Benham does pick up a gut shot and John a flush draw. So it doesn't change nothing, but we check all the way through. And what a river we have. As it's going to be the jack high flush for John and a river top pair for Benham.
I just want to know where it is. So I can say what.
Nimmy Nim says, what game is this? Poker with a couple of question marks. Checking with production.
Yes, it is.
We just got. Yep. Yeah, we just got word back. Yes, it is. It is.
It is poker.
And John wins with the game of what is it? What are we playing, Eric? Poker?
The holde'ms.
Holde'ms.
The Texas holde'ms.
Yes. Hopefully we're all caught up. Nimmy Nim, thank you so much for joining us. Jedi Master Ted says, hell no. You're sitting at the table with $1 million in cash in a pile in my lap. Well, you'd have to have enough chips to blind out for long enough to go and cash out your bounty and come back with it. Plus, you know what? I honestly am not sure. No, they would definitely give you $1 million in cash in Vegas. They would definitely do that. But if you walked straight from the room to the cage with that little piece of paper and said, "Give me $1 million in cash right now," I wonder how long it would take them to give it to you.
Right.
Like I want to know how many blinds you would need to have to just like go and do that and then still come back and play with the $1 million in your lap. Like I'm not sure. I'm not sure how long that would take. Also, I'm not sure if anyone is really, truly in tune with how much $1 million in cash, even in $100 bills, the largest denomination available, that is an extraordinary mass of dead trees. Like that, I mean, that is just a lot of stuff to carry around.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be heavy. I mean, Jedi, you might have had some heavy things on your lap before, and kudos
Only
to you.
At the local club, you know what I'm saying?
Kudos to you, but I think that would be quite a big pile on your lap.
So I was fortunate enough to have 10 bricks awarded to me not so long ago. 100 bricks. That's a lot.
That is a lot.
I mean, that's a full backpack. Like that's top to bottom, no headphones, no other bullshit in your backpack. That is a full backpack of nothing but $100 bills. That's going to weigh 50 pounds.
Exactly. She thought I died. Something I called her and I was like, I just got home.
At least, right?
So mad at me. I was like,
maybe not at least. That's got to weigh 50 pounds, though. I mean, that's a lot of cash.
Like, what were you doing out that late?
Dollar bills, y'all.
I know. I'm just kidding, but I'm sure in her mind she's like.
think it might be the same trip, or maybe it's a different trip.
Three players to a flop. Checks through. Pocket nine still best on the turn.
And I'm like,
John gonna take a stab here.
telling me
80 HD Poker says, I asked at WSOP if anyone has ever cashed for $1 million plus, and they said it has been a few times before. They have it on hand. Yeah, I think they're ready to go with it. George says you can't fit $1 million in a backpack. Yes, you can. I guarantee you can.
Oh shit.
And Jedi says, y'all are crazy. $1 million in hundreds fits in a metal briefcase. Certainly in the movies it does. But I mean, let's think about it. You need 10 bricks to make 100K. So if you just, I mean, everybody could just open up their wallet and pull out whatever singles they have, right? Or whatever dollars they have. And just line 5 of them up in a row. And then you have to say to yourself, okay, there's going to be another stack of those on top. So 5 by 5.
Did she find the dog?
And that seems like a pretty reasonable width for a briefcase. Maybe you go 6. I don't know. Maybe 6 or 7 is actually a little bit more reasonable.
Yeah, right.
So I don't know. However you think about that, but then you got to start adding depth, right? I mean, we're talking about stacking these bricks. You need 100 of those, either in a backpack, in a briefcase, whatever. That is a lot of volume. It's a lot of mass. But absolutely, you could fit it in a backpack. I'm convinced of that after having put 1/10 of that in my backpack.
I had 9/8.
Will Poker says at the WSOP, bounties cannot be paid until after 4 p.m. on day 2. Well, day 2 starts not that late. So, but okay, so you're basically saying that you have to wait for a few hours. So even if you like won the $1 million like on the first draw, you would have to wait at least a few hours to go cash it out. Okay. But if it was after that, like let's say you pulled $1 million at 6 p.m., you just walk straight to the cage then.
What's going on, Sassy? Joining the chat, one of our faves.
What's up, yo?
What's happening? Yeah, let's just all hope we all one day get a chance to see what $1 million in cold hard cash looks like.
You know, I'm actually a little bit scared of that. Not because I don't want it for myself right now and what $1 million means to me right now, but more along the lines of like, if I ever see $1 million in person, it's probably because $1 million isn't worth very much, and therefore I'm like, you know, buying a loaf of bread at the grocery store for $1 million, and that sucks. So you know what I'm saying. King 5-4-2 tone, pocket 7's out in front, effective second pair.
This hand would be a lot more fun if it were A7 of spades versus the 7-deuce off.
Very true. I definitely do want to see $1 million in cash in my possession inside of the next few years, though. Even this year. You know what? I'll pull the Millie bounty and I'll get it in cash.
Do it.
And I'll post a picture for all of y'all. I'll do it for the people. JD here, picking up the nut flush draw to go with his flopped gutty to the wheel. Danny checking. You can see a bunch of those outs dead for JD, but he is still quite live. And given the fact that Danny is checking in a position to apply some serious pressure, he does have to sort of decide what his size is for what story he's going to tell, not just now on the turn, but on the river. And that's why he's sort of taking his time. He's like, all right, I'm going to have some one pair holdings. I'm going to have a lot of stuff that's like probably doesn't want to bet very big, if it bets at all. And so if I'm going to bet, I guess I have to go big now and then just like commit myself regardless of the river. So you can sort of see him working his way through the math there of like, damn, I don't really want to bet small, and I kind of just have to go huge.
No space?
Sure enough, gets the fold.
JD
We look
showed
again.
the deuce of diamonds there. Again, was unable to show the 7-deuce, but teased a little bit like he might have had it.
Yeah, I mean, anybody of Danny's sort of stature in poker is going to recognize that the other card, must have been a big spade if JD didn't just announce it outright. But yeah, you very rarely see someone go for the huge bet like that doesn't have a spade blocker, so, and a good one.
A pretty good sized bet here from Scott. Opens to 175. It's 2 callers. A couple of unsuited gappers.
16 days.
Oh, that's awesome. What part of France?
We flew in and out of Paris. But we should probably. Huh? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we both go. We flew in and out of Paris. We stayed in Paris like 5 nights. Then we went to like Champagne region.
Interesting flop here. Bottom pair for Z-Fish and Big Buff Poker. They stick around to see a turn, but it's the dustiest turn of all time.
And then ended in the Riviera.
Suppose the deuce of clubs or hearts would have actually been dustier, but nonetheless, it is Scott betting 800. And unless Big Buff Poker really puts this guy on some sort of YOLO bluff into 2 opponents, yeah, he just lets it go. Ace King showdown as well. Scott here, one of those guys that's like, yeah, I had it, so let me show you.
It's funny because Scott on our stream before has kind of been prone to show a slow roll or two, and he's actually showing these hands in this case. Changing his game up a little bit tonight. I think he's rocking the Idaho hat there. That's something you see very often.
Idaho.
I am Daho.
I like the other parts of France as well.
Idaho is a very interesting state.
It is. I've yet to go there, but I've looked into it, and seems like there's some really obviously beautiful scenery, but there's some interesting folk, to say the least, in that state.
Yeah, very Utah-esque, and simultaneously similar as far as the geography, I mean,
right.
This very strange, like, desert kind of environment, and you wouldn't normally think of that part of the country as being desert, right? You're like, you got Colorado, you got Oregon and Washington, right? You got like all the mountains in California, you got all this stuff going on, and then it's like, what, in between is just like this weird deserty shit. Yeah. Turns out.
And then you got some cool mountain towns and some lakes and that stuff. So definitely, I want to see all 50 states before I die, and that's definitely on a big list for me. Not so much the Nebraskas and Iowas. God bless those folks too, but
Kansas, yeah.
Yeah, Idaho is definitely more of a destination, I would say, that you want to go play and do things in. Nobody's dying to go to Nebraska, I don't think, but maybe during football season.
I agree. I think I would far more appreciate Idaho over Kansas or Nebraska. Yeah. Indiana, any of those.
Beta Juice saying Idaho rocks. I gave him that hat. Well, thank you, because it's now a topic of conversation.
And Sassy, Post Falls, Idaho, representing. Let's go. Kicker Problems, Montana is better than Idaho. So I've been through Idaho. I have not been to Montana yet. There are a few states in the country that I haven't been to, but that is one of them.
Yeah, I've been to Montana, but I don't really count it because I was literally like, I crossed the Dakota border, I think, into Montana for like a lunch one day on an oil field trip,
Okay.
And we weren't there for long enough for me to really feel like I got Montana vibes. And it was a pretty mid restaurant that I went to. Wasn't very impressed, so need to go back.
All right. A couple of super dusty hands here. Pair of 5, still best. Big Buff Poker with 2 black cards and a bad gut shot. going to continue betting and gets it through. AJ's like, yeah, bottom pair maybe could hang around on the flop, but not to the continued aggression through the turn.
I feel like I've heard of that place. It's like southeast Oklahoma.
Yeah, what's poker like in those states? Underground, I'm guessing. Are there casinos in either Montana or Idaho? Is poker alive and well in those areas?
I know that there are some casinos in that part of the country. Montana has one particularly sort of, I wouldn't say famous, but it's a long-standing sort of gambling hall or whatever. I'm sure Sassy could let us know in the chat, or Kicker Problems. What is the sort of the really old sort of well-known casino in that part? I mean, I haven't been, but I've heard of it, and I know that I think there was at one time that it was like an MSPT or something. One of those tournament series did end up going through that part of the country. They, where they normally have like a 500K guarantee or something, there it was like 150K. It was like they definitely weren't feeling like they were going to get a big turnout. So, much smaller field for a smaller venue.
Ty Wynn says he's watching from Post Falls, Idaho, which I just looked that up. It's right next to Spokane, or about, 30 minutes to an hour away from Spokane, Washington. So cool. I'm getting some geography lessons as we're watching poker tonight. Yeah, it's very interesting to me to see how some of these states do the gambling, and everybody's got their different laws and regulations. The year that I lived in Denver, Colorado, just south of Denver in Parker, I would drive up to the Black Rock area and
Black Hawk
area, excuse me. Say that again. Say it slower. Black Hawk. There we go. Played up in that area.
That's where you were headed.
That's where I was headed. Yeah, but they had the $100 cap, max bet, and there was no limit, and that just killed me. So I really played tournaments more than anything there, just a handful of them. The year that I was there, before COVID hit, actually, and thankfully since then they've changed it, and they now have no limit poker in that region, but. Interesting, all the different states that have the different rules and caps on their holder.
For sure. Scott here, gonna wake up with the ladies in the cutoff, makes it 200 over the $50 straddle. Z-Fish gonna get very spicy out of the big blind here. He's got the 7-5 blocking the 7-deuce, which most of the time is actually kind of a bad thing. Having a 7 or a 2 should really limit the number of hands that you kind of play off the beaten path. Z-Fish here is going to flop a 7, and this is really not good for him. It's top set for Scott. Of course, this board is getting more and more coordinated, but it's not like Z-Fish has picked up any equity here. He is drawing dead. But he's going to make the call.
Yeah, I think he's setting something up here, and it's not going to work, I don't think.
I mean, either that or he's hoping that his opponent is just on like ace-5 of hearts or king-8 of hearts, or I don't know. I mean, it's very thin. The number of hands that are just pure bluffing at this point is very, very thin. He did not improve from the bottom pair on the flop, and at this point is just in pure sort of YOLO mode if he decides to call this off.
And then I was like,
my friend used to breed them. There's good money in breeding those dogs. Like if you do the blood blinds and stuff, like she sold one of the puppies for 40K.
You have to be like really responsible. A lot of people are overbreeding them.
Z-Fish very curious about this. I mean, he made a light call out of the big blind. Connected, draw heavy flop, jack on the turn. Not a good card.
Yeah, at all. I really.
But the flip side of that not being a good card is that Scott can continue barreling because he picks up some equity with all of his dusty ace-x hands. Right? So, like, ace-6, ace-5, ace-4, like, all of these hands have now improved to a gut shot to Broadway, and, like, Scott opened the pot so he can have all the ace-kings and Z-Fish can't. So there's logic here. There is logic here for the call, but it's sort of a...
Somebody jokingly called the clock on him after he said all he has was a bluff catcher, and it literally incentivized Z-Fish, he felt, to just say screw it, and he threw in a chip. Like, he was almost like tilted above. Wow.
Yeah.
Makes the call with fourth pair there, Aaron.
Yeah. I mean, so Scott opened from the cutoff, right? So if you think about a traditional cutoff opening range, you're going to have a bunch of king X suited, ace X suited, and unsuited. There's just a bunch of garbage in there. So Z-Fish's call is not unprincipled from the standpoint of, like, you beat a bunch of the cutoff, like, open range that then double barrels and just has to go for it on the river because they're just on ace or king high. It makes a lot of sense in terms of there being enough hands for him to beat, even though it looks to us as, like, what are you doing? The same side of it is that you've already called astronomically wide from the big blind. Had another player to act pre-flop as well, so you were inviting them in. You had 7-5 off. Like, you can let go of some stuff. Like, if you're gonna call 7-5 off, you're gonna have, like, queen deuce suited. You're gonna have all kinds of other stuff that at least flopped top pair. You know, like, you can hold on with that stuff. You know, I'm not trying to drag Z-Fish or anything. Like, he's a very talented player, but he certainly found himself down a deep and dark and murky trail on that one, and didn't work out well for him.
Sure, good flop here for the nines. Big bluff poker not going anywhere. Big diamonds.
Ooh, that card works too.
That card definitely works. Couple overs and bam.
About 3 more years of that.
The lady hits the turn.
If anybody's interested in playing in the live stream here on TCH Live, you can find a link in the chat right now, the most recent one for our TCH Live Austin live streams. We come out of Austin 1-3 and 2-5. 2-5 on Mondays, 1-3 on Thursdays. You can sign up by clicking the link, letting us know who you are, when you want to play. Try to get you in the mix, and if you're interested, we can get you into some other games as well. Now play live stream games out of Houston, Rio Grande Valley, and of course Dallas. And particularly if you want to play this game, as Big Buff Poker, going to go ahead and drag this one with a pair of queens, go ahead and reach out to Mallory for information on your screen right now. She is the one that curates the games for the Dallas location. If you want to play with the big boys and girls, come on down and hang out with us. Tell Mallory you want to play. We'll get you in.
I was trying to think back to that hand where Z-Fish made such a light call there. And just the past streams we've watched that Scott's been on, I know his VPIP was really low at the start of tonight, but that was more kind of card dependent. But I just don't remember him opening a lot of hands in any position in any of these streams with, you know, some of those GTO, you know, king 8 suited,
GTA.
yeah, ace 8s, ace 4s, you know, some of those, you know, hands, you know, that a lot of people might open with. He just seems a little bit more straightforward with the types of hands he chooses to open with. So I'm not sure if Z-Fish, you know, played with him a lot more and seen some more of that. I just haven't seen it.
Yeah. For a second, my brain tricked me, and I thought that somebody flopped an 8 here. But no, it's Amy with the 7-deuce getting this one through, and she's going to pick up a tidy 800.
Yeah.
And, yeah, no, I think you're right. Scott, from my perspective, has not shown a propensity to... and I wouldn't even call it, like, GTO necessarily. I mean, it folds to you in the cutoff. You're going to look down at a lot of hands that just seem like I can probably raise if I get the button to fold. It doesn't really matter if one of the blinds wants to continue. I have position for the rest of the hand. So all sorts of hands are going to feel incentivized to open. And whether you look at a GTO range or not, there's just a lot of stuff in there that involves off-suited or a suited, like high-low ace or king. And those have, picked up equity on the turn. It's everything that I already sort of talked about, where you can bet flop as a traditional continuation. You pick up some equity on the turn, so you bet again. You get to the river, you have complete dog shit, so you have to bet again. And all of it just sort of conspires to where, like, you either have like a real hand, top pair or better, or you're bluffing. So, the bottom pair, yeah, pure bluff catcher, it's not good. I think the bigger piece of that whole story, though, as opposed to who was the player opening the cutoff and what it was the flop turn, whatever, is the quality of the hand that you've decided to defend with. And it would be one thing if Z-Fish had defended with queen 3 of clubs, flops top pair, no kicker, calls the C-bet, turn is a jack, he still has top pair, calls the turn bet, river bricks out, he still has top pair, he's got no kicker, but like, all right, bro, like if you're really just going for it here, I'm going to look you up because I got the top pair. That makes a lot of sense, right? Like we could all look at that and sort of, it would make sense. But flop's bottom pair was 7-5-0. I mean, you got to be able to fold some hands, right? So again, I'm not trying to drag him. I'm just saying I think the way that the hand played out, like if he were to like go back and look at it, he'd be like, well, I didn't need to defend that one. That one just didn't need to go in there. But we all also find ourselves in these spots where it's like, it doesn't matter how I got here. Fuck this guy. I don't think he's got shit.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna tune him up. We'll see if anybody says that about AJ here as he wakes up with the AA.
Benham put in a 3-bet from the button there with the suited Randy Moss hand. He says, I want to see a flop with this sucker.
Whew. So yeah, this is a spicy one for Benham, and he bricks, thankfully for him. Does have some goofy backdoor stuff, but Benham seemingly on 2,400, calling off such a substantial portion of his stat. And I didn't get a real good look at his stack over there, pardon me, but it's not off by much if it is off at all. Doesn't have much left.
Yeah,
Old Man River in the chat says, if I'm up a milli, my aggro play is at 100%. Yeah, I could see definitely just like drinking a bunch with my table mates and like trying to get every other bounty that I could just because like YOLO, I already got the big one, and then just like being out of the tournament like right away. I could see that happening.
And if you know that there's some 250Ks or another milli in there, why not? You're free rolling, baby.
Yeah, just like every time you could take someone out, you go for it, whether you have 7-4 suited or like queen deuce, like you just put it in there and see what happens. Maybe it's your tournament, you just knock that guy out and you pull the next milli. Why not?
Sassy asking in the chat, would we be able to get another 1-3 live stream in Dallas? I definitely think that we could. We've got enough people that like to play that. I know Mark, and you guys would definitely be good for that game. It probably would be on a Wednesday or something if we could pull that together. But that's something we can discuss again with Mallory. We've had some of those kind of larger games, and people walked away with heaps of chips on a 1-3 stream. So if we can get enough people and think it'd be worth it, I think we could. So might want to start poking Miss Malbear a little bit, see what she thinks.
Yeah, what I think is so cool too is that we do this out of Austin on Thursdays for the 1-3 stream, where you don't even actually, there's no staff on duty dealing with the commentary, right? You and I are not in the booth sort of talking through things. It's just someone just in the back just making sure that all of the bet sizes and stuff make sense. And anyone that's just wants to watch poker be played and listen to the players and, you know, sort of engage with the atmosphere, they can still tune in. Do that on the TCH Live sister channel, which you guys can find on YouTube. So that's sort of an alternative venue for poker to still be live streamed, but just at a little bit lower interaction level. AJ here on the full-blown YOLO 7 Dewey here is playing from the straddle as a 3-bet against the early position open from Z-Fish. Z-Fish flopping the top pair. This is a bad turn for Z-Fish and a great turn for AJ, who has the butt flush draw and is oftentimes going to have picked up some sort of top pair on this turn. The reality, though, is that 7-deuce is really a part of people's minds here. Not only have we had a couple of them be showed down, but Amy just won with it a few hands ago, so Z-Fish here may not be ready to give up yet, and he's not. Makes the call, 5K in the middle, and the stacked pot ratio is now just barely over 1. River pairs the 4.
Interesting card there.
Very. And I think AJ here is just in a mandatory go-for-it spot. But if he goes all in, it's sort of like he has the flopped flush or nothing. Whereas if he bets like 3,500, he can have some ace-jack, ace-10, maybe even ace-king with a spade blocker, right? Like going for max value. King-queen, of course, a very real possibility. King-queen with a spade makes a lot of sense. So something like 3,500 to me is maybe a better bet size than the all-in, despite the fact that the all-in applies the maximum pressure. But AJ gives up on it.
Man,
Yeah, I think a lot of
much. I swear to God, I almost jammed.
a lot of cards there. I think on the river, we can still comfortably bet there. Z-Fish clearly wasn't going to give him credit for an ace there, so that 4 was really a bad card there, I think, for AJ to bluff on.
Yeah, Nick game right there.
It's a good card in that
Nick game and do 7?
Yeah. Yes.
it's something like,
Because there's not enough action.
100.
yeah, no,
Yeah, 100 each.
like what 4s belong in there, right? Like there are no 4s that belong in there for the caller.
Yeah, no 4s.
And they only belong in there for the raiser and the pre-flop aggressor, the player that bet across multiple streets. So like the 4 is a good card for AJ, but it's very understandable to get to the end and just be like, I'm about to torch a bunch of chips that I re-bought for because I got stacked earlier. Like, what am I doing here? Let me just shut this down. Now, had he gone all in, which he said he thought about doing, and of course Z-Fish announces snap call,
Yeah, I'm gonna snap call
obviously
you.
a joke. Had he gone all in, I mean, I'm not saying that Z-Fish finds the call, but he might, right? I mean, that looks like
Yeah,
kind of the board that you go for it on if
ace
you're
kicker.
bluffing.
Yeah, Jackson 4s with the ace kicker.
Like 4 times.
Well, Sassy here in the chat says she'd play some 1-3 with a cap. Yeah, I mean, the smaller stakes games are obviously much more appealing. There's way more people that find those games accessible. As Z-Fish here just going to flop the goods with the trip 8s.
Looks like he and AJ are going to battle again, though.
Yeah, and the Nick game just started,
It just
too.
started.
Interesting that AJ doesn't go for the check raise here. I think that's going to be a little bit more standard of a play, but check and call does not pick up anything on the turn. It's an overbet now, 1,200 into 1,000, or about 1,100.
I don't have a big boy job.
AJ lets it go.
I only got hired because my best friend started.
Z-Fish happy to just take it down now. But yeah, of course, the 1-3, the 2-5, these sorts of smaller games Much more appealing price point for most of us, but a little bit harder to justify, I think, with a full stream allotment. You know, Eric and I, we have bills to pay. We've got action trackers and sort of people taking care of everything. It's a production, so understandable as well that the biggest games get the most attention.
Win another one.
Yeah, keep the momentum going. Keep it going. Win done.
Yeah, Sassy, I feel you. The bankroll, the big point there, and definitely wouldn't want to come on stream just to have one bullet to fire either with some of the action we see from some of these players. So
It's a bad omen.
I maybe Big Money Marsh. Big Money Marsh maybe comes up and plays one of these.
Bring yourself.
One of these Tuesdays. I'll bring 2 5K bullets and just try to run pure like Mr. Big Buff Poker.
Do it
over there, sitting down for my first time on the Tuesday stream and just spin it up.
Or be like Run Good Danny Marks, I mean, just keep running good after your recent tournament win, and bring a bottle of wine and drink straight from the bottle and smile and laugh and just flop sets and run good.
I'm definitely not drinking wine, but I will bring. I'll bring the party for sure.
Yeah.
There will be no shortage of beverage if I come and play this game. You know what? I think we should make that happen. I've got a win under my belt, and I commentate this game every Tuesday. But maybe one of these nights I should just go and play. We'll kick one of these guys out. We'll put me in there.
All right,
And,
who in the chat wants to see Big Money McAvoy, the Money Marshmallow, the man of many names, but Aaron McAvoy? Who wants to see Aaron in this game? Drop a deuce in the chat. I'm going to go drop a deuce in the chat right now. That is the number 2. Just to be clear.
Yes, please drop a deuce
Yeah,
in the chat.
I want
if you
to
me
I want to
this
see
game.
Aaron splashing around. I think that'd be a lot of fun. An excuse to get your ass up here anyway.
That would be great. We'll get some Korean barbecue, and then I'll go torch 10K to these guys in the game. That'd be fantastic.
And I still owe you some money. George says he wants some of that action. Yeah, I do owe you dinner. George wants some of that Aaron McAvoy action, though.
says I'm talking a big game. I mean,
Look at all those deuces coming in. We're going to make it happen. There's another deuce.
Yeah, we got to get back to this hand because John is in an absolute nightmare of a spot unless he can find a board pair. This is one of the biggest flops that you can ever get for these 2 hands. Bottom set for John, and he is now on 23% equity. SPR at 2, a little over. Z-Fish here flopping the joint. He's going to go ahead and continue 1,200 into 2,500. And John here, who has presumably sort of been playing this as a flat on the flop in order to stuff a bunch of turns, but now he loses to the flopped 7-8 as well as the turned Queen-Jack.
Queen-Jack is there, yeah.
But he is going to get all the money in because you can't just call. And he's like, wow. Can I find a board pair one time, please?
Almost 14K in the middle.
Safe for the 8-7. Z-Fish here getting at least half the pot. John needs to improve and cannot. Flopped set, no good.
Yikes, 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 yikes. That right there is what Mr. or as Jedi calls you, Dr. McAvoy will be looking to avoid when he joins the stream.
Oh, I want to be the Z-Fish in that hand, please.
Z-Fish.
Yeah, I need some bumblebees in my stack before I have to go water the scorpion and rack up for the night, Halfway through the stream. Oh, sorry, guys, my scorpion is dehydrated.
Yeah, totally dehydrated. Got to go water him. Oh, just to see the chat go off and talk about what a hit and run piece of shit you are would be awesome.
Hit and run piece of shit. That's my new nickname after Marshmallow and all this other stuff. Yeah, hit and run piece of shit.
What a start to the knit game, though. Wow. Z-Fish
God.
flopping a monster
Play without
as we're chunking deuces in here trying to get Aaron there. John goes to the felt, but he's back in for another 5K. And we are off. Hand number 75.
Open and a 3-bet. We've seen this movie before. Danny and JD. John, fresh off of the stackening, though, is going to cold call out of the big blind with the king 6 suited, opening himself up to a whole lot of 4-bets. But Danny here with a hand that just wants to call. Here we go. 3 ways to a flop. Clubs would be nightmarish for John, fresh off of that stackening that we just talked about. It's going to come all hearts, 10, 9, 7. 6 has a gutty. Top pair for Danny and second pair for JD. No one loving the hearts.
Checks around.
Checks through. 3 of clubs. How about that for a brick? John comes out probing, 600 to go. Don't hate it. I mean, his hand is super dust, but like, you really, I mean, he's not going to do a ton of cold calling from the big blind with unsuited hands, but I mean, maybe king queen with a heart, something like that makes a lot more sense to probe here. I mean, you have a lot more chances. Maybe pocket 6s with a heart, but as it stands, he's going to fire out there. Danny, of course, going nowhere with the top pair. So another heart on the end. And if John's going to probe the turn, he needs to bet here. This is sort of a spot where you just go half pot, cross your fingers, pray to God a little bit, and hope you get it through. And that is exactly what he does.
Exactly what he does.
Pot.
Yeah, nailed it.
And gets it done. Shows the king 6. Let's go, John.
Aaron, in a knit button game there, if you're sitting there as the pre-flop opener, as Danny was, do you ever put in a squeeze there just to try to take it down with a couple guys calling you there?
Oh, pre-flop like a 4-bet?
Yeah, the ace-10 of clubs there being a pretty strong hand in any game, but obviously the knit button changes things a little.
Absolutely.
Okay.
No, honestly, so people have different philosophies about how you should approach this. Solvers will, of course, have mixed frequencies that you're kind of like, oh, well, that's a 17%, 4-bet, so you can do it, or you could not, and whatever. Pretty much everything has some value to it if it has an ace in it to go for the 4-bet there, just because you've got a cold caller that has really kind of announced that their hand is middling. So you can always apply maximum strength to that player. And then the first guy that 3-bet you, you're just like, I can probably fuck you up like most of the time by just 4-betting you because I have an ace. Like if you can't have aces, I mean, okay, you can, but it's very hard for you to have aces. So then it's like kings, queens. Like these are the hands I'm afraid of. Everything else is ace, king, and below, right? Like, I don't know. Definitely, the long story short, ace-10 suited, very reasonable candidate to go for the 4-piece there. And just try to squeeze everybody out. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I would have been not surprised at all had he gone for it.
Nor would I. And obviously Danny's a very thoughtful player and methodical in everything he does. By no means questioning that decision. I just think a couple guys might have been calling him light there, and I think that was an opportunity maybe to try to take down that dead money.
Yeah, I mean, the flip side of it is that you could have something like John cold calling from the blind with something like pocket 9s, and then you're just like, all right, let me just like squeeze these dudes out, and John's like, dude, I just got stacked and I have pocket 9s. Like, fuck you, I'm all in.
Yeah.
And then you're flipping, and you didn't have to be there because you could just call and take a flop.
For sure.
300. You know,
Great point, because
right.
that opponent, John, is we've seen him do that several times with those middling pairs, just jamming and getting it through. not afraid to get his chips in even after getting stacked.
Yeah, and so again, like all these things are at mixed frequencies. Whether you're looking at them, like some things are pure. I don't know. I'll be perfectly honest. I have not studied a lot of like 500 big blinds deep, you know, cash game poker, 250 big blinds deep. Like that's not my wheelhouse. I focus more on tournament play. So, you know, 50 big blinds and below, which is a very different game, right? Like I can understand some of the plays. A lot of them sort of come about from similar like rationalities, but I don't know how to, you know, construct a 4-bet range against these particular players. The ace-10 suited, I don't know exactly what that looks like. I just know that you can do it at some frequency and it's not going to be wrong. So, you know, basically, at the end of the day, it's like, who are these people? How are they playing at you? Do you want to just YOLO it with the ace-10 or just pay the 300 to see a flop and play man in the middle? And Danny was perfectly happy to do that, which I think makes a lot of sense. So.
Danny's also perfectly happy to 4-bet to 2,000 with the 7-deuce suited.
God, she lets go of the queens.
And Amy is going to let go of the queens.
All in from Big Buff Poker, though.
Oh, my God.
And now we have to do a little Hollywood here as Danny. I think you just show the 7-deuce to be like, you got me, dude. Like, yeah, this is no good. Amy folding the queens. She was a massive favorite here. With 20, like nearly 3,000 in dead money out there too.
Yeah, Danny just told him he's got 7-9. He said, well, why are we tanking? He said, I might call.
Well, Danny does beat 7-deuce off by about 6% equity.
6% equity, yeah. Yeah, if he
This
knew,
would,
if he
this
knew his
would be
opponent,
the most insane call off and like snap ask for 2 runouts like ever.
ever.
Can we run it twice?
If he knew Amy folded queens and Big Buff has ace queen, you know, pretty live here with the 7-deuce.
There is an extra 800 in the pot effective for Danny if he wins, but I mean that's nothing compared to his stack. He shouldn't really be considering this.
No, I think he's being playful. The wine is in the bloodstream. He's feeling good.
I mean, there is a non-zero chance that Big Buff Poker has 7-deuce. That's the only reason he's considering this. Like, if he actually has 7-deuce, then he's better than chopping. He's live against ace-king, ace-queen. And then there's, of course, all the just overpairs that he's just completely crushed by. I am surprised that he's really giving it this much thought. Of course, he did put the 2K out there, so the price that he's getting is not horrifying. But, I mean, he knows at the same time, like, in his mind, he's like, all right, I'm about to go play the final 6 in a WPT main event, and I'm going to call off with 7-deuce high.
Let's go.
At the same time because I can, and YOLO.
So clearly they kept the 7-deuce game on with the knit button game.
Hit me on the first board.
7 on the flop. Danny makes a pair.
And Amy over there is just disgusted. Oh!
Ace
from space.
on the turn. Still live to a 7 or a deuce. Doesn't come. First run out pure for the ace queen. Danny needs to improve for a second time and hold. This time, another 7. He will not get paid out on the 7-deuce game. He did not win the first board. Clean turn. Needs to fade an ace or a queen, and he does. And Big Buff Poker is like, what are we doing? I literally just played a 16K pot against 7-deuce and chopped.
Is that a bad plan?
not a bad play.
That is amazing. Funny
Danny
too.
Marks has just earned infinite street cred for the rest of time.
Yeah. Coffee Cynic was in the chat saying, you know, Broadway, he's acting, and then boom, he has to come back and say, what? We all share that sentiment.
Oh my God. Coffee Cynic also says, I guess the queens weren't good. Well, let's be fair. If she does
Jams.
what would probably be the only play, which is goes all in for her like 9,000, Ace Queen O is a certain muck, and at that point there's probably not enough in the pot. Actually, fuck. I guess if Danny calls off against Big Buff, maybe he does call off against her, but he doesn't improve to better than queens.
And he might
either
fold to her. I'm not sure. You know, I think maybe it's, you know, the new guy, his opponent, you know, having fun there.
Yeah, he might give her more credit for a pair than a big, like, ace high. I don't know. That's just absolutely nutso, though, that he gets to keep his money playing an all-in pot for 16K in the middle. 7-deuce. What a savage.
I mean, it almost scooped, right? I mean, the ace on the turn.
Oh, my God, yes.
2 of the other
7
outs were
on
gone
both
for Big Buff, you know? Ugh, crazy.
Amy going to try to redeem herself here with the ace high diamond flush draw. She also just actually has the best hand right now. Her opponent is going to pick up a straight draw on the turn. C-Fish, 25.65 in the middle. Going to bet 12.50 for half pot. Venom here with a whole lot of fuck all. Floated the flop just a little bit, you know, super YOLO. Amy here doesn't pick up anything that extraordinary on the turn. She's not getting the direct odds to call. However, she's in position, and if she improves to the diamond flush, might actually be able to get some value from a good top pair or 2 pair, but she lets it go, and Z-Fish is able to just run away with this. Nimmy Nim, be honest. Would either of you have folded Queen-Queen with the stand-up game on? Whew. I mean, I'll speak for myself, which is that, you know, if I actually decided I was going to buy into this game and I sat down and I had 9K in front of me, the Nick game is on, Danny Marks puts in the 4-bet. We also know the 7-deuce game is on. Queens, I'm stuffing it in there. I'm all in, and I don't care if I'm behind or lose to Ace King because I'm just doing it.
100%.
But
100%.
I also get to say that from the comfy little chair here in the closet that isn't, you know, 10K of my money on the felt trying to make that decision. So I understand seeing a 5-bet or whatever that was, I guess cold 4-bet or something, whatever it was, it feels bad, you know. I mean, queens feel like you're at best flipping against Ace King and maybe just losing. But it's like we were talking about earlier. You've got 16 extra combos of 7-deuce that can be in there trying to mess around. And not only will they mess around pre-flop, they will call off and try to play for all of it. It's surprisingly enough. All right, not only does John outflop Big Buff Poker with the pair of aces, but he backdoors into the wheel and bets 1,000. Big Buff Poker here beats a pure bluff, and that is a full rainbow flop and Badoogie turn. So what on earth is bluffing at this point that doesn't beat you? And yeah, even kings here that are like, people will get married to kings because it's like, dude, the kings are really good. But this board, there's literally nothing that you beat. 9-7, king, jack, queen, 10. Like, none of these hands are in there. They don't exist.
Yeah, Nimmy Nim, I'll add too that, I mean, queens, you know, I think the more you play poker, has to be a hand that you're capable of folding in certain spots. I just don't know if, you know, in her situation that, you know, I could have made that lay down there myself. I think I'm with Aaron. I'm just gonna jam there. But you have to be able to get away from queens at at sometimes, even pre-flop. You know, kings, you just there's
Yeah.
kings. I'm getting it in. I don't care who you are. You know, even if I raid you and I know you have aces, but I just don't give a shit. I'm calling. You know.
I feel that way about jacks. I don't know about queens. I think queens is
You
right
never
there
folded
with
them?
kings. Well, the special thing about queens is that you hard unblock the ace king.
Yeah.
So like queens, while yes, you're only a 55% favorite against ace king, it's just like, dude, you've got 2 queens. Your opponent can have all of the ace kings, literally all 16 combos. And as soon as you get into like 4 and 5 bet territory, like those take over, right? Because you look at aces, there's 6 combos. Kings, there's 6 combos. Okay, there's 12 of those if you add them together. What about ace king? Fucking 16 of them. There's more of those than there is of aces and
For
kings.
sure.
So like queens is like, all right, for combos that beat me, right? Like now it's, and then you try to think about like some ace queen suiteds, and maybe you try to add 4 combos in to pat yourself on the back or whatever. But like jacks, sure, you can start to lay those down. Queens, man, I don't know. Maybe I'm totally wrong. And again, it's like you said, you know, maybe you have the right opponent where you say, I read you right. I've never seen you 4-bet before. If you didn't have aces or kings. I mean, and those players exist, right? Especially the ones that you've seen showdown. Like maybe, you know, I'm not going to name names, but like there are players that have played on this stream where, you know, they've consistently limped or called with ace king and then showed it down later in the hand. And you're like, oh, like ace king is not worthy of like 4 and 5 bet for you. Like that's a data point. Lock it in. Then this guy 4 or 5 bets you, and you just snap fold some shit. Like it's fine. That's
sure.
understandable. But like for me, you give me some queens all day, every day.
Steven in the chat here saying calling with king when you know they have ace is generally ill-advised, and I agree. Many of the things that I say and do in life are ill-advised, Steven. So I agree. It's just, you know, I just sometimes don't have that discipline. I folded kings twice in my 18, 20 years, whatever it is, of playing poker, and I was right on one, and he had queens on the other. So I will never fold the kings again, and you know, queens
until you're wrong 2 more times in a row, and you'll be 1 for 4, and you'll be like, damn it!
Yeah.
I should have just kept folding them. I'd be 3 for 4.
I'm just not doing it. Just not doing it.
Yeah. No, I feel you. I mean, of course, it all comes down to the moment too, right? Like we would like to think that we're these sort of robotic creatures where we can say something like what you've just said.
Right.
And then it's like all of a sudden you sit down and there's literally like a 98-year-old grandma who just sort of like totters into the table and sits down, and she's like, "Oh, having two ones is pretty good, right? I think I'm all in. Can I bet all these chips?" And like, and you have kings, and like you probably still fold. I think you fold. If you call there, like maybe you're an idiot and you deserve to add another data point.
Like I said, the good Lord says to be charitable, and maybe I just feel like giving that old lady my money, you know.
Oh, okay, all right. But I feel like that's the only time where you actually know that they have aces. The rest of the time, there's like some healthy skepticism about whether they have aces. As we've got Z-Fish here flopping a front door flush draw, bricks it on the turn. AJ here with a gutty. I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down. Check, and there's a flush.
Hello, hearts.
Z-Fish running pure. AJ, though, going to check. He's not going to go for this. Doesn't have a... Oh, no, he has the 9 of hearts. Going to just accept his fate as a fold. Z-Fish will not get paid. Other than the money in the middle. Still a nice payday, and he's up to 23.5. Z-Fish here. With a cup full of broth, or what the hell is that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I will say this group of players, I've played with a handful of them. You know, not at this big of stakes, but I've definitely played with these guys before, and I just don't know in Amy's spot that I'm going to ever give any of these guys credit for, you know, kings plus there if I've got queens. So definitely situationally, none of these guys are that nitty old grandma who gets it all in, you know, and wants to know if she can put more money in from her wallet, you know.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, we're not trying to shoot down Amy's
Hell no,
boat
absolutely
here
not.
because it was a pretty aggressive situation. You don't see a lot of like 4-bet pots, and even within the 7-deuce game on, the Nick game on, whatever, like 4-bet pots, you get into some real tight ranges. That's just the reality of it. And she got stacked with the jacks earlier. I mean, she put it all in there without like any hesitation, right? I mean, let's not forget that she was just ready to get it in there with the jacks, and she's now on her second buy-in. Like, she may have brought 2 and is now a little bit concerned about going busto. That's a very real thing, and that's something that we don't always factor into the decision-making process. Is that, you know, we are all on the same financial background. We don't all have the same outlook on things. And, you know, sometimes we want to keep playing. We're not ready to just go home. Even though it might be a spot that if we had looked at first, right? Like, let's say that this was the first buy-in. She sees the queens, sees the whole thing play out. Maybe she's ready to get it in. But she's already lost with jacks. She's already had to rebuy. It's a tough spot.
And she does run it once, so.
Which I appreciate. I'm a run at once guy. If I'm playing against somebody that I think is good for the game and is like really about running it twice, okay, we can do that. But otherwise, if I'm going up against a grinder and we're all in, like, we're running it once. One of us is going to make the money. One of us is going to feel the pain. All right, ace king, ace jack. Excuse me, I just read AJ's name as ace jack.
Ace
Jack 10. Danny is going to put in the 4-bet. Here we go, 4-bet territory once again. This time AJ going to make the call, and he flops the flush draw. Heart blocker here for Danny. AJ quickly calling too. See if AJ wants to sort of take the betting lead here or peel one off in position. SPR at basically 2. Check back from AJ. Free turn card, queen of clubs. Changes nothing. Not a good card for Danny either. If he ever got looked up by ace queen or king queen, that hand has just improved. He is going to have a fair bit of delayed c-bet aces and kings, though. On this board texture, especially with a heart, he has the ace of hearts. I think he can definitely go for a delayed c-bet here for a small size. 3K in the middle, like 8K, 1,000, very reasonable sizes. And if a heart peels on the river, he can really apply some pressure. He's going to go for an even smaller size, 700. AJ here. Very easy call. He's loving this price. He's like, thank you for going that size. If you went half pot or bigger, it was going to be really uncomfortable. So thank you. And another queen on the end. Danny here with the best of it. Just ace high. Does he go for another block? Trying to charge ace jack only at this point. That is not recommended. I think this is a check and give up. He does. I was going to say, or you have to blast it. But the queen on the turn and river doesn't really favor you. AJ here, would he bet jacks or 10s for value? And if so, what size would he choose? I think 2,500 seems very reasonable. Maybe even a little bit smaller, it's 2K. If you were really going to try to charge the ace-king, put him in an awkward spot. Plenty of showdown as well. Some of the time you just try to win 4,400 in the middle and just check it back, but everything bricks out. Certainly in this spot, AJ here on the jack high. is, oh my God, he's already lining up the 7-deuce payout. He's just giving it up entirely.
Missing a bullet, AJ. Missing a bullet.
Danny is good enough that he would call me.
I think there was a lot of bets there, sizing-wise, that Danny would call there with the ace high, but a jam is probably not one of them.
Yeah, and I think the real missed opportunity there is the, very understandable to check back flop. Very understandable because you're going to have a lot of jacks, 10s, 9s, whatever, overpairs to the board, but your opponent can have all of the better hands. Then they c-bet, delayed c-bet 700 into 3K on the turn. Like, that's an opportunity to either call with the intention of betting rivers or even raising very small, right? Like, just sort of tickle it, you know, and see what happens. Now, I'm not exactly sure what the solver would say there as to whether or not like jacks and 10s are small raises. My guess is that they are, but I don't know. I don't know for sure. This is a little bit uncharted territory whenever you get this deep.
Here we go, though. Danny with the upgrade.
Oh, wow. Z-Fish, though, continues to run pure.
Only one queen out there, though.
Oh, it's this.
Yeah, misread there on the graphics. I think it's.
So by that I mean Z-Fish starting to unpure his run.
Unless it's queen 9-3. Okay, clearly not. Queen 8-3. Yeah.
Scott sticking around with the ace tray of spades, even making the raise. Danny, happy to see that. Free ball, corner pocket, doesn't come in. Back in diamonds. Everything screwed up on the graphics. Do apologize for that. Of course, you guys can see what we can see. And we'll check through to a river. This board gets worse and worse for Danny as the backdoor diamonds come in. All sorts of funky two pairs with king jack, queen queen, all getting there. But with 22.75 in the middle, Danny checks again, letting Scott do the betting. He's like, all right, if you have something, I'm going to pay you the minimum, and if you don't, I'm going to snap you off with the overpair. And by snap you off, I mean assemble and apparently be uncomfortable about paying this off with aces. I mean, it feels like a board where you lose with aces. It definitely does feel like that board, but you have aces and you checked multiple streets. Oh my God, he folds. Danny. I'm gonna go ahead and say that this one soaked up all of your 7-deuce equity.
It did.
You got a lot of credit for the 7-deuce of diamonds call off in the all-in pot.
Oh,
folding
man.
the aces here. You done. You done.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand he's not going to put his opponent on an ace-3 suited, right? He's got two of the aces in his hand, but man, that's a tough one. Obviously, all those two pair queen jacks, king jacks, you don't get there. I'm really not concerned about the backdoor diamonds. If you got there with that kind of a hand, God bless you. I'm paying you off,
but it's more than that too, right? It's the fact that he checked multiple streets, and this is something that I used to suffer from a lot when I was a less experienced player. And again, like, no shade on Danny. Of course, we're just playing around, but I mean, the man knows how to play the game. But from time to time, we will revert to these sort of places where this is what I used to do. I would say to myself, ooh, I'm going to slow play this guy, you know? I've got aces. It's a huge spot. Or got kings. It's a big spot. This guy just 3-bet me. He, like, rarely 3-bets. So I'm gonna trap him. And then let's say I got kings and it comes ace high or whatever. Or maybe that's a bad example, but just like the board runs out poorly for my exact hand, but the way that I played it, I like never have kings or aces. like, because I would have almost always raised with it. So therefore, my opponent doesn't think I have a hand that strong. Like, they think they're just easily bullying me off of something like middle pair or top pair bad kicker or whatever it is, right? It's really not that relevant. It's just the fact that you can't have aces or kings almost ever, but you actually do in this moment. It's like those are the times where you have to call and just pay it off because it's like, well, I slow played, therefore I kind of deserve it. Benham here flops best with the 7-deuce. He's looking to line up a payout. As Steven in the chat, Mr. Delivery says, I assume Danny would be studying for his final table rather than knitting sweaters for a live audience. No, I think he's got some sweaters for Mother's Day belated, and perhaps even an extra one for his grandma.
He's wearing a nice one as we speak, a hooded sweater.
Benham here betting 650, gets called by JD, floating him with the double backdoor ace high, and one of those comes in. Hearts working as well as the ace and the 10, of course. Benham on the best of it, and he's going to stuff it for the full pot wager. JD displeased with the fact that he just picked up heart equity, but he's like, I actually am losing to 7-deuce right now. How much equity do I have? The funny thing is that a pot-sized jam is actually like bang on the equity that he has, right? Like if he's up against 7-deuce, because he has the hearts, he has the overcards. So what we see on screen, about 32%, is about what he would calculate for his 9 plus 6 outs, 15 outs minus 2, 13 outs once. 13 outs once. It's pretty close. It's very close.
Well played.
And he loses an additional $100 instead of 3,000 when he breaks off the ace-10 hearts.
I mean, but how bad would it have been if he had called there being like, all right, I'm going to take my like slight equity disadvantage. Like, I think he was getting 30% and he had, or he was getting, yeah, I don't know what it was. I think he was just a slight dog there by equity standards, but had he like called it off and then missed and also had to pay out the extra 100, like that would have been annoying.
For sure. Well, this stream tonight, Aaron, we've had aces, I don't know, 6 or 7 times. Queens, again, are showing up, but last stream, I think we had aces once.
It comes and it goes, man. Sometimes we see it all the time. The same with the 7-deuce, especially when they're not playing it. Like, if they're not playing the 7-deuce, like, we don't really put that much emphasis on it. They'll just come and go. But when it's on, right, we went like 30 hands without seeing a 7-deuce get actually aggressively played. And then all of a sudden it was just like, boom, one gets played,
it was Christmas.
The next hand, 2 of them have it, you know, at the same time. It was just the dynamic of how that game factors in is really incredible. And what's also fun, too, that doesn't get nearly the same level of attention is when people will play sort of other fun hands. Maybe they'll play the 10-deuce, you know, the Spirit of Doyle, or just some other random dog shit that somebody at the table thinks is fun. That's equally as trashy as 7-deuce, but like maybe a little bit more playable, or at the very least has a little bit more sensibility to it or something. And people play that game. Same vein, win with it, you get paid. As it stands, you know, 7-deuce would be a pretty good hand here, but the queens is going to be best for AJ here on the river. Z-Fish picking up the second pair on the flop, effective third pair now on the turn. Really super brick river. So beat some sort of queen jack and king jack, maybe some ace-8 sort of stuff, some busted spades. Maybe you have some, I don't even know, ace-5 of spades that just keeps going for it. There's a couple of combos out there for sure with the king-7, but he went super hand in the cookie jar earlier with the 7-5, and at this stage, I think these sorts of bluff catchers should be going into the muck, but he's been winning. Z-Fish on a little bit of a heater here. Maybe he wants to look AJ up light and show down a winner. pair of sevens.
He just told AJ that he has a bluff catcher.
You having fun?
No.
Trying to get a little bit of info here with the speech play, and I like it. I mean, this one makes a lot more sense. I mean, if you're thinking about some of the hands that you might hero call off with, yeah, and he's wrong. He's 2 for 2 now, wrong. This time makes more sense because the Nick game is on. He does have clubs, which are not great, but not terrible. Obviously, having spades would be worse, but
If you didn't have it, I would have pulled it.
yeah, it's, I don't know. The king's not great, I think.
Yeah, in my head, I had the 2 hands backwards. I thought Z-Fish was waiting to call with queens, telling him that all I have is a bluff catcher. But now I see I had that backwards as well. So yeah.
Like 7, 8?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, again, it's sort of getting down into the weeds of like what are our suits and how many, if we're calling with this, how many hands are we calling with, right? Like when he had the 7-5-0 and did that earlier, it was like way into the weeds. This time made a little bit more sense, but still, I think the clubs are not great, but not terrible. The king, not great, not terrible, but yeah, it's just, I don't know. You want your opponent to have something like King Jack there, and it's just not happening. Just not happening. But he could throw a little bit of a party here. He's been winning big and still gets to claim the winner's status, even after paying that one off, as we're about to go 5 ways to a flop. Top pair for JD.
Oh, I was hoping for the 4-ball.
Not this time, but Danny is going to pick up the gutty. Bottom pair and a gutty for Z-Fish, and the flopped gut shot has no change in equity for Venom. JD far and away the best of it, but he is facing a probe here from Danny. See how he responds. And he is going to go for the raise. Makes a lot of sense here. This board is pretty dusty. He's got the king of hearts, so blocks some of the continues. This is just kind of a raise to win kind of a situation. Certainly, Danny can have inferior 10s as well. Queen 10, Jack 10, 9, 10, all make some sense.
For somebody that you just fold the best hand. That's how I feel about JD.
It's 4.
You got it, buddy.
Oh, okay. Thinking.
No.
Shows it down, gets rid of the Nick button. And
I felt so bad I texted him.
Yeah, one of those 2 4s would have been so saucy on the turn there. We would have had a 6 high straight, a 7 high straight, and then a set of 4s. That would have been nasty.
yeah, that would have been made for TV right there.
Faux show.
All right, we're going to get a dealer change here as we cross the 9:20 Central Time hour. 205 of you fine folks hanging out with us. And everyone going to put 100 in for a PLO flip. If you guys have not already had an opportunity, which I'm sure you have, but let me remind you, the like button is there, and it would love a swift kick in the nuts. Please do strike that like button for us. Help us out. Gets this program out to more of y'all out on the YouTube, the Twitch, the Kick, the, God, where else are we? I think we're on Facebook Live, and something.
X maybe? I'm not sure if we're on X or if there's a stream on there.
X, yeah.
Kick.
Yeah,
Yeah, we got 136 watching right now on YouTube and 205 across all of the streaming apps right now. So thank you guys. I just smashed that like. We're up to 40 now. Keep smashing that sucker for us and subscribe. Got a lot of great content across all of the different TCH locations that are streaming now. Austin, Houston, and the Rio Grande Valley. You can subscribe and check out all of those live streams and all the past content as well. A lot of cool highlight videos and old streams that really were some gems. These past 3 weeks have just been awesome. We've got a lot of feedback from everybody in the chat about the action and the play, so it's been a pretty exciting last few weeks on our live stream.
Yeah, so Mr. Delivery, if Steven Tixay is still in the chat,
There he is.
Are you going to Vegas?
Better set probably.
And if so, what are you playing?
6.
And also, why the hell were you not down here over the last couple of weeks? Because I missed you in some of the tournaments. And thankfully, you weren't in the 600 because I was allowed to win it.
True story.
You were not.
Block everyone.
So let me know in the chat. Curious to hear about your tournament plans coming up as the summer grind ensues. As it looks like Scott going to take this one down with the wheel. Got 2 5s in hand and an ace. That's all he needs. Nobody else has the 5-6 or 5x of anything wheelish. And he's going to take a nice little pot there, which is really good for Scott because he needed something, a cash infusion. Just what the doctor ordered.
That is another player besides the granny that I would fold those queens to, Mr. Delivery. Not because he plays like the granny, but because I'm terrified of him. And
Mr. Delivery, yeah, it's the teeth really.
And then we did this, and then
I haven't noticed his teeth.
Getting a good hand now is just dreams.
I think he's
Well,
handsome.
he had the
Handsome
Invisalign
fella.
going.
He's
The
got a lot
Invisalign
cooler
sort
style.
of, yeah.
A lot cooler style than me. He's much more methodical. Thinks about his decision. I'm just folding to him, you know, because I'm terrified.
You should not play with Mr. Delivery then.
No,
Yeah.
absolutely not.
Seems like a poor decision.
Yep.
That is bad man. Scott here with the Robbie. Gonna let it go. AJ, ace 4, facing a raise and 2 calls in between. Just gonna call. Fantastic squeeze spot. Missed here for AJ with ace 4. Gonna see a flop though with a suited wheel ace. Never a terrible decision, and it's gonna come queen high for John. Pair 7s for Benham and dust all for the other 2 players. Checky. George says playing with Mr. Delivery is usually ill-advised. Yeah, whether you're afraid of him or not. That's right. All right. C-Fish going to wager with fuck all. John makes the call with the top pair. Benham makes the call. No, excuse. Oh, he folds. Okay. I thought there was a chip in front of him. It is going to be a fold, and it's the top pair against the ace-5, and literally Z-Fish down to an ace and an ace only. Going to give it up now on the turn.
Way back in the day, I used to play a little home game that we played that it was before Highway.
John here, 2 flush draws in front with no, excuse me, heart or club in hand. Definitely a spot you want to wager. Charge those draws, especially if they have some sort of combo draw. Jack 10 of clubs, Jack 10 of hearts,
So it's like you got 3 cards for one.
Jack 9, 10, 9. Any of those are,
So all 3 can
excuse
play,
me,
like,
certainly going to put the chips in.
Yeah.
A lot of value to be had from those hands. Of course, they can also get there, but
Get some indication.
can't be too worried about it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, George, I am the ill-advised. I clearly got your chat back there.
Pineapple, you can't be out of discard. You start with 3 and discard with 2.
oh, okay.
Back over to Z-Fish, who is on full-blown nada.
Crazy pineapple, you start with 3.
He also does not have a heart. If it does have a club,
But we're talking
not
about
the
like,
most
there's a
relevant
variation
club,
around
but
Texas,
I guess
around Dallas,
maybe
so
thinking about whether or not his hand could be good against some sort of combo draw or whatnot, but I don't know. We've seen a couple of interesting plays here from Z-Fish tonight. I would definitely say we're touching the fringes of what I would normally consider to be Z-Fish's sort of traditional strategy. Perhaps it's just sort of going off of the heater he's on, you know? And it's not uncalled for either. You go on a heater, you keep winning big hands, and you start asking yourself, like, maybe I can win with ace high here. Maybe I can win with bottom pair. Maybe I can hero call this guy with 3rd pair. Like, those are the sorts of things he's been doing tonight, right? It's like he feels the heat, and he's trying to check it. It's one of those heat check moments.
Yeah.
So far, a lot of those heat check moments have been, those are pretty cold moments. But the big ones have still been coming through for him.
He's definitely got the confidence and run good combo going.
I mean, we've all been in one of those just like spots where, I don't know, it doesn't matter how big or small we're playing, right? It's just, you just can't lose. And you're like, I got another suited hand. Like, queen deuce of hearts? Yeah, we're calling this 3-bet. Like, we're calling because we've been hitting everything. And sure enough, the flop is just like king deuce deuce. And you're like, got him. Let's stack him again. Those nights happen, but Z-Fish may be trying a little too hard. Checky on the turn. Pair of 8s still best. Z-Fish here, just king high. Gonna go for a little half pot ski on the river. And Big Buff Poker says, I now lose to 7-deuce. This is true. You do, however, beat any of the bluffs that went for a bet check bet line. 8s, not the best calling hand, but good enough.
Good enough.
Does drag the pot 3,400. Nice call there from Big Buff Poker. A little bit of the run good heat check for himself as well, as he didn't love his hand combination and the range he was against, but made the correct call and ships a nice pot.
Forgot to give a shout out to Miss Angie here in the box. Great dealer here, deals mostly here in Dallas. She took a little time off. I think she had a wrist surgery, so she couldn't deal. And then she was helping out some of the other locations when I think the Poker Atlas Tour was going on in Houston. But she is now back in full force, making sure those boys behave.
I could not imagine getting wrist surgery or hand surgery or something like being a dealer. I've known a couple here down in the Austin area that have had to go through that as well, and it's sort of one of the unspoken. I don't know what the word is exactly.
Job hazards.
Yeah. No, that's a good way of putting it. Just the unspoken job hazards of being a dealer. I mean, you're constantly shuffling these cards. The pitching, I think, is like relatively low impact, but like shuffling those cards, I mean, you're constantly just every time applying like significant pressure to all the tendons in your hands to get a good riffle. Yeah, I can't really imagine what it's like to do that all day. Benham here going to flop bottom pair, backdoor diamonds, backdoor Broadway. And I know you've got insights on the dealing, so please.
Oh, no, I was just going to say the shuffling chips as well. Just all those movements you do with your hands all day long. And, of course, dealers often suffer through the, the back stuff and all that bending and stuff they do. So it is a job that they definitely earn every tip that they are thrown, sitting in those chairs for hours on end.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the chip shuffling, yeah, if you're sort of a player as well. And all of it just seated for sure. All right, so JD here with the bullets. Pretty clean turn card here. Good suit for him as well. Definitely a spot for him to continue. Stacked pot ratio 2.5, not quite 3. Benham here with a whole lot of not much. Really not going to love seeing another bet, and it is another bet incoming. JD going to go for the 3/4 here, setting up the geometric jam on the river. Do love to see the thoughtful players sort of going through the motions of, where am I at? What is my river bet going to be? And given that size, what should this size be? It's a good lesson for all of us to, sort of take an example from of how to approach the game. JD there says to himself, like, if I bet now, I must be willing to play for it all. And this is not really a question as much as just like going through, like figuring out what his approach is going to be. All right, so I'm going to bet now. Therefore, the river, I must be willing to play for it all. So what size makes the most sense? 1,500 now, which is X amount of the pot. Therefore, if my opponent calls, it'll be a very similar amount on the river. It just all flows together. Love to see it. Jason Coe in the chat. Go ahead.
We talking at the same time. Jason Coe says, which TCH location is this? Brother, this is TCH Dallas. And you will notice when you see the overhead view again that this awesome felt that we have on our table has the Dallas skyline in it. But yeah, Tuesday nights is the night that we stream from TCH in Dallas.
I thought you were a Euro pro when you first moved here.
He is a Euro pro.
He is, but he also has.
All right, 3-bet from Z-Fish gets called by the ace-10-0. Still several players involved in the Nick game. Is that right? Are we down to 2? Or is the Nick game over? Nick game got paid out? Didn't actually see who lost the Nick game, so assumed it was still going, but looks like it's over.
Got it. Whoa, what a card.
Yeah, flush on flush violence here, as that looks like the kind of deuce to 7 hand I would like to have on board. 7, 5, 4, 2. AJ bets 300. Z-Fish going for the raise here. Loses to exactly 6-3, 6-8, and ace-x of diamonds. So appropriately going for the raise. AJ here with just the 10 of diamonds. Loses to a whole lot of stuff.
Call me. Please call me.
Please call me.
I just want to watch these two play heads up all day.
I mean, I want to be in there.
I feel bad.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Some tough spots here. AJ has definitely run into it. He's stuck 16K. He's still got a sizable stack in front of him. Can, double it up and get out of the hole pretty much any time. But yeah, been a pretty rough run here for AJ tonight. Everyone else sort of down a buy-in a la JD, and not so bad after that. 3 players in the positive. Big bluff, big buff poker up the most.
What's it, king, queen? She eats all my money. Just to confuse everyone. You had aces. They were gonna get cracked. They're gonna get cracked.
JD coming with the raise here from the hijack. Z-Fish going to look him up. As did John H.
Yeah, a nice little spot to continue here as JD. You've got 2 overcards, you've got straight draw. Even if you get raised, you can continue. Z-Fish, though.
Sticky.
Yeah, pocket fives with a player behind. He has shown a very consistent pattern here this evening of sort of taking these, I would say, low EV lines, right? Like, pocket fives certainly could be the best hand and were on the flop, but just not going to be able to defend across multiple streets, and there's still a player left to act behind. So he's shown just a consistent tendency to try to take these low equity spots here tonight. Obviously, the turn just immediately shuts things down for the pocket fives, and for good reason as JD improves to Broadway. But
I don't know, man. He had the 5 of hearts. Really, really relevant there.
Oh, you're right. Could have floated again.
Could have
Back
floated
into
one
the
more.
butt flush.
Back right into that sucker.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if they had a person on.
Yeah, but I mean, it's always interesting. You see some of these guys that just come in and play consistently week in and week out, and then Z-Fish here, a little bit of a heater, starting to open it up a little. I love to see it. I'm all for it. I mean, I think there's no better time than when you're running good to sort of spice it up. Go for some bigger hero calls. I mean, it's like, what else are we here for? Like, we're playing the Nick game. We're playing the 7-deuce game. Like, these guys are raising a little bit wider than they should be. Let's get them. Let's get them.
There we go. There's our VPIP numbers.
Surgery or magic.
Scott
Z-Fish, 57%.
57%.
What a badass.
I mean, opened up the game and still got a lot of chips in front of him. So Scott and Amy kind of hanging around there at the 22, 23% mark.
Scott has really brought it up, though. I mean, it was early, so we didn't have a lot of hands to, you know, sort of create a sample size from, but he was far and away at the bottom there. 13% early on has really brought it up from there. Of course, card distribution still vastly sort of in charge of, you know, how we're approaching these different spots, and Scott's still sort of at the mercy of that. Here we go, Big Buff Poker gonna try to barely over min click open. King 9-0 gets 3-bet by the Ace Jack.
And regardless of how Scott's night ends up, he's always going to be able to say, I got the Danny Marks to fold aces with ace 3. He's going to have that chest puffed out a little bit, as RJ calls Danny the banner, because he's got his Choctaw banner and that big old smile.
And that sort of, yeah, that definitely redeemed Scott for the King-Queen fold against JD's Queen-Jack on the Queen-High board, which was like kind of a big facepalm moment that he had early on. So yeah, it's a little bit of a good play to erase the unfortunate one, as he's going to go ahead and limp the red ducks under the gun. I haven't seen a lot of limping here tonight. From time to time, we get the right lineup, if you want to call it that, where we see a fair bit of limping. But so far, the limping has mostly been limited to just a couple of hands. Here we go with a squeeze. Z-Fish taking it up 10-9 of spades. And it's AJ with the dominated spades that's going to make the call. We win in the chat. Congratulations on the big win. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. As yeah, that was a really welcome experience. Really happy for the result, and very blessed, of course, to have been able to find first place in any tournament. Always a difficult endeavor, especially in one of that size. Queen of Diamonds on the turn. AJ here floating with a whole lot of hot garbage. Backdoors galore, and that Queen of Diamonds not what he's looking for. Decides to go for it anyways, though. He's going to donk lead the turn with 0 equity. And Z-Fish, who is on 3rd pair effective, he has shown a propensity here tonight to be sticky with this sort of stuff. Is he going to hang around or give some kind of credit to AJ here? What would AJ ever do this with, though? Like, King Jack is the only thing that got there. Maybe Queen 7 of spades or Queen 10 of clubs. I just can't even imagine. So few hands have improved here that also feel like they should bet rather than, oh my God, he's going to let it go though. AJ says one time. Scott says one time. AJ shows the 8-5, and Z-Fish has zigged when he should zag, and unfortunately zagged when he should zig on this one.
Give him two of those ones.
But he's still up heaps, so he don't care.
We know this little rivalry.
You woke me up right now.
Yeah, I'm definitely enjoying watching this dynamic between Z-Fish and AJ tonight. It's been pretty fun.
Oh, you make some of the aces
No,
up
I love it.
Power limp.
Oh my God.
That's right, take a walk.
Oh shoot.
The limp under the gun works.
Jack 7-5. Rainbow flops. Got here with the best of it.
Bet that make you fold? No? Okay. Just checking. Just making sure.
8 of diamonds, spicy turn card. AJ with a combo draw now. Scott here with a gut shot of his own. Bets 100 and gets called. 5 of diamonds on the end. AJ improves to the backdoor nut flush. Of course, it is a paired board, but Scott here with the sort of pure bluff catcher at this point doesn't have a diamond. Does have a 10 blocking the 9-10. I mean, I don't hate his hand as a bluff catch, but what does AJ float and then do this with? And he's gonna find his way out of there. Scott finds a good fold. AJ's still gonna take it down, but a smallish pot. Not getting paid off with the Nizzle burgers.
The Nizzles.
Jay Dizzle with the Nizzle burgers.
We haven't really been able to say that too much tonight about the J Diggles. See if he can't get this sucker turned around in the last hour and a half.
Certainly got the chips in front of him to take a solid chunk out of somebody. We could definitely play a big one. I'd say, what, sort of buff poker, probably our biggest stack over there, 20K. I know Z-Fish dwindled a little bit. I think he's under 20K. AJ on 15. Starting things off with the $50 straddle. And Amy out of there, folding through the button. Over into the straddle. Excuse me, no, we've got a raise and a re-raise. Just didn't have that all caught up on the action tracker. So it's an open with the ducks for John and a 3-bet the ace-9 of spades. Call from the ducks and spade in the window, 9 behind it. Ace-9 ahead. Got a 300 for half pot, no 1/3 pot.
Deuce ball.
Oh my God, are you kidding me? John drills the duck on the turn. Checky, checky. Unfortunately for John, Big Buff Poker doesn't have the ace-10, which would certainly go for another bet. But there it is, full pot on the river, 1,500, and Big Buff Poker is like, what could you have? 6-5 of hearts or something?
Yeah, he's thinking about the 7-8 a little bit.
Oh, for real? Did you like it?
I liked it a lot.
Yeah, 7-8. I mean, you pretty much only give them combos that are suited, so there's 4 of those.
It still can't beat.
Then you start to go into 2-pair territory, and you can find, you know, about a similar number. Excuse me, 9-10. Get 2 combos. Excuse me, 1 combo. That really, it's just the clubs. And you go down to the 6-5. You got 2 combos of that, clubs and hearts. Not a lot out there. And it's just some like weird ace-8, ace-7 that just was like, screw you, bro. I'm going to float you and now give you the business because you checked the turn. Those make sense. I think there's a fair number of bluffs here. You can certainly have all the overcards too. Queen jacks, king jacks, king queen even. Unblock all of those. 1,500, fair price. Second pair top kicker here. I think Big Buff Poker just going to be one of those spots where you just kind of pay it off, but he does.
Oh,
Not 7-deuce, set of deuces. Sounds similar.
Yeah, the turn set is always so weird. I mean, every time it happens to me, I try to tell myself, make a mental bookmark. Always remember that they could turn a set. Always remember it. I try to like set myself up to like think about it, and then I always forget it. I always forget it, and I lose again. And I'm like, oh, fuck, I got to remember that. Of course, it doesn't happen very often, but every time it does, I go through the exact same routine. Think about the turn set. Think about the turn set. Ugh.
It's always possible they float with that kind of hand there.
Yeah, and I mean, and it makes plenty of sense on a lot of boards, right? Like, there's just plenty of times where someone with an under pair or what's effective second or third pair is going to float you because, like, you're going to have all the big cards. Maybe you're opening from the cutoff or the button, right? You just have all kinds of dog shit. Makes a lot of sense for them to float. But it's really tough to put that in there. As soon as like it goes like check bet call, check check, and then they just like bomb the river, and you're like, what the hell is that? Or you know, check check flop. The worst is when it goes check check flop, check delayed c bet, check raise, and you're like, what the fuck is that? Like, how do you double check and check raise? And then you actually have something, so you call, and then they just bomb the river, and you call, and you get shown the turn set, and you're like, oh my god, like of course that's what that was.
You beat so many king queens.
Amy here has been a little bit off of the radar for a minute. She's going to go ahead and make the call with the ace-9 of clubs. Back over to Danny on the button, facing the 3-bet. And the cold call makes his own call, and we're going to go 3 players to a flop. Pocket eights out in front. But no longer. Top pair, bad kicker here for Amy. She's going to go ahead and donk lead into... actually, this is a probe. Scott was the 3-better, so yeah, this is a very reasonable probe. She'll take it down.
Happily gets rid of that knit button. Yeah, and just, you know, because her VPIP's been low and she's, you know, made some, you know, pretty obviously tight folds, but, you know, jamming with jacks earlier and just kind of the way that she's played tonight, I think she's going to get a little bit of respect when she puts any money in the pot going forward tonight. So I'd like to see if she'll take advantage of that, you know, kind of table image she has maybe and pick a spot and put out a nasty bluff.
That would be pretty sick. I would love to see her get dealt 7-deuce.
Me too.
Because that would be awesome. That would be the most like relevant way for her to use that image and get paid. I think she got paid on a 7-deuce.
She got paid
earlier.
on a 7-deuce earlier, yeah.
Yeah. So it would be great to see that sort of situation arise again for her. Yeah, I mean, mostly just been kind of playing the cards she's been dealt and dealing with the situation that has been sort of provided to her. I think we're kind of a little bit maybe attached to the queen's fold just because it was the kind of situation that it was, knowing that she was up against the 7-deuce and the ace-queen, and you know that she was a huge favorite there. But really, since then, yeah, she's just kind of been handcuffed, hasn't seen a lot of hands. Here she is, waking up with the 9s from the straddle, not choosing to squeeze. Definitely an understandable, you know, sort of situation. It is one of those spots where you squeeze and get 4-bet, and then you just like, cool, I torched like 1,500 or whatever I would have squeezed to. Z-Fish here making it 850 from the straddle. So, you know, certainly a size that makes some sense. Doesn't have to be too big. I think, yeah, 1,500 in my mind was a little bit astronomical, but 850 here, pretty good chunky size. And AJ with Super Dust should be getting out of the way, and I think Amy here with a pretty clear call, but this is always awkward when you go call out of position. Yeah. And she is just going to avoid the situation entirely by folding. Makes some sense. You don't really have to put up with your opponent c-betting, seeing a bunch of dirty flops, and maybe even like a 6-high flop that's actually bad for you because your opponent has jacks or 10s or anything better. She just lets it go.
Yeah, John there in middle position right after that big bet from Z-Fish had to get rid of his 7-deuce of clubs, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have liked to have seen her squeeze the 9s. Obviously, we can see how things played out and know that that sort of would have been the favorable sort of condition for her. But whenever, I think it's a good rule of thumb. When you're in a game where the player pool is strong, thinking, aggressive opponents.
Oh, this isn't going to work. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Yeah, no. Let's come back to that as Big Buff Poker here for the first time, waking up with his 7-deuce. At least as far as I understand, I don't. Think
Second time.
Oh, he had the 7-deuce at the same time as Z-Fish that one time. That's right. But now he's going to run into the aces. AJ here with AA going to try to get a little redemption here as he is our most stuck player on the evening. Going to come in for the cold 4 out of the small blind. See if he can get some damage done. These two players very deep. Amy out of there, nothing in between. Benham out of there as well. And Big Buff Poker doesn't even think about it. Lets it go.
Doesn't count. Doesn't count when you have aces.
Damn, why couldn't you have ace king and shove like you always do?
Like you always do.
Shove like you always do. That's funny.
Okay, so let me go back to that thought.
Yeah.
So I was going to say, whenever you're in a field where you feel like everyone is a pretty strong, aggressive player, they're going to be taking all of their, you know, like light 3-bet spots and whatever, and you find yourself in a spot where it's a little bit marginal, but you're like, all right, I could either squeeze and like either isolate or just win the pot outright, or call and go multi-way from out of position with this sort of like middling hand. Maybe it's king-jack suited, maybe it's queen-jack suited, queen-10 suited, pocket 9s, pocket 8s, right? It's like, just squeeze it instead. Just squeeze it. Just go for it. You might get called. You might have to play out of position against someone that's got a very strong overcard advantage on you, but like, you get rid of all the riffraff and you take the betting lead, and I don't know, good things can happen, right? Like pocket 9's there. She raises the king-queen off, is just like, okay, I just fold. Like this was an open and a 3-bet from a gal that's been playing pretty tight. Like king-queen just goes instantly into the muck, and that's a win for pocket 9's, right? So I don't know. I just think there's good value in taking these fringe spots, or that can feel like fringe spots, and just being like, no, we're doing it. We're doing it.
Yeah, that's a spot too. Just thinking back to that hand, you know, stack sizes, you know, come into play. Obviously, how many big blinds deep? Like you said, I don't study, you know, playing this deep of a game either. You know, so
infinite deep.
Yeah, early position like that with a hand like pocket 9's. Like, how freaking big do I have to make it to get a marginal hand? You know, like king queen. You know, not a strong hand, but you know, how do I get that damn hand to fold?
Ooh,
you know, or
Amy with aces. Can she get action? No, she wins the blinds. Oh no.
And I guess she had already gotten rid of her knit button, so no need to show.
Yeah, it would have been devastating to show that. Honestly, it really would have. I think everyone would have sort of like leaned into how like, yeah, no, that's why we're not playing against you.
Yeah, we're not playing against you because we know you have those hands.
Yeah, and not because that's actually how she's playing, but because it's kind of just the vibe that's been given off here. Unfortunately, her card distribution has been relatively low, and when she did get the queens, she did fold it. I don't know if anyone's gotten word of that, because you know no one's allowed phones at the table, and we haven't seen really any extended periods of people stepping away. So I don't think anyone's really aware of that at the table, but she certainly hasn't been V-pipping at a high rate. And when she has played, it's been more along these lines of calling, right? This is ace-5 suited. Now, granted, she's about to run into aces, which is fantastic that she did not go for the 3-bet.
Holy crap, Aaron.
But yeah, Danny is about to test the Z-Fish heater because he needs to unheat him real quick here. And Danny, who's been on a little bit of a heater of his own here, making the final table of the WPT main event in Choctaw, playing, of course, down from the final 6 to a winner at the end of this month on May 30th out of the Luxor Esports Arena. You can tune in online or you can go there in person. Check it out. He is on the ropes here, 18% to win this one. 4 betting the kings against Z-Fish with the aces, 1 suit covered. And Z-Fish can't believe how fortunate he is, as this is a spot where, I mean, he could honestly go both ways, but it's like jam or call. There's not a lot of 5 betting in between given the stack sizes, and he is just going to stuff it. Quick call, all in from Danny.
I don't care either, so I'll leave it up to you. I have aces. Twice.
And
he says, I give you the option. I have aces.
Twice.
Oh, king ball!
Oh,
I have king jack.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and king jack was folded in this hand too.
Well, that's good for Z-Fish insofar as he knows that he's very unlikely to lose the second run out unless it's to a very fucked up flush or straight run out. So yes, he's losing the first run out most of the time, but he's almost kind of free rolling to an ace, right? Like if he hits an ace on this board, he's almost certainly scooping the pot.
Yeah, you did? Yeah.
I do apologize for the quick graphics error, bringing back up some non-relevant hands here.
It's a good time to hear that. You're like, at least I'm not going to get That's flop. King Jack 10.
He shot.
Damn, why you got
3-bet, 4-bet, shot.
All right, so we just had to get everything sorted out in the system. You have to burn down. We're about to go to a turn. If Z-Fish can find an ace on this run out, he is virtually guaranteed.
Oh yeah, 2 clubs on this board as well.
Yeah. I mean, one of the remaining aces would be the ace of clubs, so that would be pretty spicy. Still can hit an ace, of course.
Ace of hearts is folded, obviously, with Amy folding
Oh,
that. Yeah.
yeah, if we look in the top left corner, it actually says that both of them are gone. So truly, it is just going to be a chop minus some sort of messed up straight or flush run out here.
Miracle flush with all those clubs on the first board.
Wow, and had Danny just been like YOLO one time, he would have scooped him.
Do it.
Give us
Jacker
a
a 9 on the turn.
Jacker 9, let's go. Sickness.
Jack and then an ace.
Okay.
All right.
Deuce
Alright,
clubs.
we'll play Danny, we'll play.
Rig that shit.
Yeah, we mentioned we have had aces so many times tonight after virtually not seeing them at all in the last stream. And we get a classic aces versus kings blow up here. And fortunately for Danny, you know, that Danny run good is real. Gonna spike that king.
Yeah, king right on
Case
the
king.
first flop. Pretty incredible stuff.
Right.
I mean,
No hard
I don't know. It's like, you know,
Very hard.
we were talking before about do you run it once or twice or whatever. Usually just a one-timer. I mean, the nice thing about running it once is that,
Yeah, let's do that. Let's put a hand over it.
well, okay, it's nice in some respects. Obviously, if you have the kings there, it's nice because you're just like, cool, like I just win. Like I hit my one time, that was the only one I was going to get, and I got there, and it's over. If you have the aces and you run it once and they hit the king, you're like, well, surely if we ran it a second time, I would have gotten half the pot. And so it feels a little bit dirty. But I don't know. I like the one time because the question marks about what happens on the second board or whatever, just like it's just irrelevant. It's like it couldn't have happened. It didn't happen. We ran it one time. It's done.
This is how you win tournaments. Right?
Kind of like that.
This is how you win tournaments.
Oh, I know how to
You
win.
just run this good. Fuck, you play horrible, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah. No,
That's how you win.
I know how to do it.
That's funny as JD's throwing a little shade Danny's way. Just you just play this horrible and you just run this good.
All right, hand 105 here. AJ winning with the AJ. Who knew? Move on to hand number 106, and with that, we cross the 10 o'clock Central Time hour, which means that Mr. RJ Duprizzle is in the hizzle. What's up, my man?
Not a lot. What's up, fellas?
Chillin', dude.
Chillin'.
Good to have you in here. We're about to fire off one of hand 106 here, which apparently we got a little bit of interesting action on the river. Got a little bit of a heads up from the production staff, so we'll keep an eye out for that. But happy to have you in here, and I'm going to go ahead and stick it out for this last hand, and then I'll let you guys take it on through the home stretch.
That's right. You got to see the excitement here. Happy to be here with the Tuesday night poker crew.
Yeah, you walked in the door and boom, aces versus kings right when you walked in. So
I know how to bring them, boys.
bring it.
Bringing it.
Knit button still out there.
Am I colorblind? These ones are $5.
Beta Jew says, why run it twice in the chat? It lowers your variance a little bit, so you know you might be in a 70-30 or 75-25 spot where, you know, if you're the favorite, yes, you're going to win 75% of the time if you ran it an infinite number of times, but you're about to run it once, and so you're going to lose 25% of the time, and that becomes 100% for that hand. So if you run it twice, you're a little bit more likely to realize your equity closer to expectation. So if your opponent got lucky and spiked their set of kings on the flop, whatever, then you're more likely to split the pot and go 50-50 instead of, 0-100. Like they get all the pot and I get none of it. So it's just a way to kind of change the variance a little. It's the only reason for running it more than once. King high board here, 2 diamonds. Top pair for Z-Fish.
He's open for you.
JD's going to bet out 700 here.
I once heard a brilliant person talk about running it twice. He said the simple way to put it is you get busted less often, but you also double up less often.
Yeah, it does result in a chop pot more frequently because it's sort of like flipping a coin twice, right? It's like, what are the chances that you'll flip and get a heads if you do it one time? Well, of course it's 50-50. What are the chances that you'll get a heads if you flip it twice? Well, now it's 75%. So it just makes it more likely that your outcome, the one that you're sort of rooting for, is going to happen. And so, if you're the guy that's on the dustier end, the 20 or 30% of the equity, it makes it just a little bit better than that you're going to at least hit that one time. And it brings it down if you're the other guy. You go from, you're 75, 70%, whatever, down a little bit, but still a favorite.
Yeah, and we've kind of talked about it, not ad nauseum, but we've talked about it quite a bit on this show about just the stakes that these guys are playing at, this game at, and their desire to run it multiple times just because they're playing such deep games. That's kind of where I think the option to run it twice originated from, and why you see that in a lot of the poker rooms across the country now, that ability to do that. It's just people see it and they decide to do it. I would prefer once, but everybody's got their own bankroll and decisions on how much they want to risk it.
Yeah, so again, do want to apologize for the snafu on this one. We're sort of hung up here on the turn, but it looks like it's about a 2,600 here from Z-Fish with the top pair, no kicker. Doesn't have a diamond, doesn't have a club. So sort of attacking the sort of flush draw range, maybe pair and flush draw from JD. As it stands, he's sitting on the effective second pair of 10s, no immediate draws. And a whole lot of not much equity here. Does have his knit button, though. Would love to win the hand.
Yeah, he definitely would. And he's seen, some of the light calls and, kind of the way that Z-Fish has opened his game a little bit tonight. Definitely, thinking, does he really have a king here? Or is my 10s still good?
Yeah, and it's about half pot, really, too. So it's not an enormous size. So he's going to go ahead and stick around. Can beat a lot of the draws, right? Like, he has 1 diamond. 10 of diamonds, very relevant card. But having the 10 of spades, not as significant. So those sort of in-between hands makes some sense to float. But, yeah, we've got a nearly 11K pot here. Stack to pot ratio for the effective stack JD, just a little bit over 1. And there's our error in the system, as it did prematurely end the hand. But of course, these players still going to figure out how they want to play. JD has checked. It's over to the Z-Fish. Action is on him. And with the king 3 here, I think this is a spot where you're mostly going to just check back and take your showdown. As you're playing the 8 kicker on board, you obviously lose to any king X that is any better than that. And while you may get some small thin value from a hand like exactly what JD has, the pocket 10s, it's really, really tough to contemplate the idea of reopening the pot with a hand that does not want to call a check raise. Like king 3 facing a check raise all in would absolutely hate their life. So reopening the pot here when you have the option of just checking and showing down the top pair no kicker, it's a little bit of, I've got everything to lose and like very little to gain. But Z-Fish, we've seen him push every edge he's had tonight. This is a time where he's just going to go ahead and take the showdown, and I think it's wise.
Yeah, and any check raise on a river bet there is going to be such a huge. I mean, it's going to be for stacks, virtually. That there's just no reason to open that back up. I'm with you there, Aaron.
Yeah, you could tell that he wanted to go for value. I think he put JD on pretty much exactly what he had, some sort of effective second pair. It's just really hard to choose a size that can get value and be able to do it consistently that doesn't open yourself up to something nasty. Like, let's not forget that this was a board pairing 9 on the river. Like, that 9 is not necessarily Z-Fish's card, so it's a dangerous one to bet, that's for sure. All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and get out of the way. Let you boys take it over. Thank you guys all so much out there in YouTube, Kick, and Twitch land, Facebook, all of the different viewing services. We'll see you next week.
All right, good night, Aaron.
Good night, Aaron. You're leaving on a couple of AAs, so adios from Aaron.
All right. You guys take care. I'll catch you next time.
All right,
buddy.
see you.
Be good, man. Yeah, this RJ has got to be the 10th time we've seen aces tonight.
Aces are out.
They are out and in full force tonight.
Every time I raise it,
We've seen them folded.
I don't know what we were doing, bro.
I know you were engaged in the chat when Mr. Danny Marks folded his aces.
Yes, I did get to see that.
I thought you were fooling it, bro.
Easy win there for AJ, though. He's going to take down a $690 profit. And this is something a little different tonight that we're not used to. Just seeing 3 players and 3 players only in the green, 2 of them being up heaps with Z-Fish and our newest player, Big Buff Poker. It's always tough not to say bluff in
Big
poker.
Buff Poker.
But Big Buff Poker, and he is a big man. Danny up still about 3K. That helped to survive his king
I think
versus
he knows
aces.
a little bit about heavyweight wrestling, if I remember correctly.
Nice. But yeah, we got John, Scott, Amy, Z-Fish, JD, all down quite a bit for the evening. So they've still got a solid hour here to try to get some of that back.
We're going to downgrade a bit as aces. Now we got kings.
Just kings.
I love the point Aaron was making before he rolled out, talking about that river bet for Z-Fish, where if you bet that, you better make darn sure you're not going to get check raised on that river. And I played with a guy, Fever, at Fever's Palace. He taught me that lesson very well. It only took me about 47 check raises for me to figure it out, that if I lead or bet into that guy, even after he checks, it doesn't matter what his holdings are, I better be very confident because he was going to put the heat on me.
Be ready and willing to put the rest of your stack in there, yeah.
It's fun to play with those dudes. They will get after you.
JD still has his knit button here. We know, obviously, that he's got the 2 kings.
Nice little 3-bet right behind him with ace-jack. So we're going to see how much he makes it here.
Looks like he's going to go right at 1,000. 4-bet to 1,000. Does not want to see an ace.
Nice and friendly. Deuce 4-8 rainbow.
boom.
Which dealership is yours?
Gonna put out a small bet here.
I bought my Camry at
500.
one just over here, the Toyota place. Toyota Dallas.
Quarter pot here.
Yeah.
Scott's doing a little thinking with the power of Eric Cartman there.
What's his name owned it though? He used to play.
He's always got the cool South Park card protectors. Scott's also trying to get rid of that knit button though, but it's not going to get going on this hand as JD's going to get to show the 2 cowboys.
I'd love to quote some South Park for you, but I don't know anything clean.
Yeah.
Great show,
This
though.
has not been a clean stream tonight, honestly.
Great show, though. I love it.
Aaron and I got pretty comfortable tonight, and
Okay.
it's definitely been adult television tonight. So
All right.
hopefully the kids are asleep at home. All you folks in the chat, you're letting your kiddos watch the TCH live stream. We get a little uncuffed every now and then, you know.
Today's on the turn for sure. It's coming.
3 knit buttons left, though. We got John in seat 2, Benham seat 3, and now Scott over there in the 7 seat, trying to get rid of his knit button.
Yeah.
So mainly switched to tournaments. Mainly plays the tournaments.
Yeah, also he started working more. I think like he was more passive before, and now he's just taking a more active managerial role.
Did 150, right?
So that's like my situation too.
Scott's going to let go of the suited 6 fold.
I don't think I remember being in the pot without you in a while. It's kind of nice. It's just me and my good friend over
I
here.
guess it was that bad.
Like, I'm pretty sure you see me in the pot and you're like free money. Free money.
Let's go to a flop. 8-9 verse.
Just keep you on the right path.
The suited ace of Big Buff. Jack 10-3. 8-9 got to be open-ended. Backdoor hearts for Big Buff.
That's too fun.
How long have you guys been?
Well, I started snoring a lot, so my wife's telling me I need to go like do a sleep study or whatever.
You passed the quiz. You're like,
What?
Venom leads out. Nice raise there from Big Buff. He's going to
You just
raise to see what's going on. A king of diamonds will give Benham the bottom end of this straight.
No straight.
Oh, pardon me.
Close.
That's not a queen.
Same open-ender.
we're in Colorado.
We don't think the King of Diamonds has changed his gender.
I'm slacking.
I used to live, or I went to school in Boulder.
Another nice hand there for Big Buff.
2024 poker. You never know.
You never know.
Almost 10 years.
Yeah, that's a good card for Big Buff. He bets it and takes it down.
In for 5K, sitting on 25K right now. How about that?
Nice little clean run.
Because the veil
Running pure, running hot, running good, playing good.
scheme up there, but when I was like younger, I used to do a lot of the tricks, and so Copper has like an.
I don't know if while you were away, if you got to see the hand, the 7-deuce battle we saw earlier. It was Z-Fish with 7-deuce versus Big Buff with 7-deuce. Probably my favorite hand of the night. We didn't know what one of the cards was.
Okay,
and
yeah, I think I did see that one.
Big Buff's hand, and they were battling back and forth. And, you know, Aaron made his John Madden comment about, oh, the person to make the last bet's going to win this.
Somebody's going to have to win this pot.
But, yeah, Big Buff did make that last bet and took it down, and Z-Fish was just pissed because he's like, damn it.
Nice.
Same hand.
7-deuce violence. I love it.
Absolutely. Really opened up this game because we had a couple of back-to-back 7-deuce hands, and that
That's
was
some
the
fun holdings on this hand.
King, 6, ace on the flop.
So ace queen will land the best of it.
Yeah.
Gutter ball for Scott.
Still not that
Damn, I
far.
was
You
going to
need
say Jack would be an interesting card. As John would have 2 pairs, Scott would have the Broadway.
Yeah, I think the only place that's like trouble to get to is like downtown's harder. Probably.
So a brick here on the turn that gives AJ a whole bunch of this equity. He's up to 83%.
Yeah, John hanging in there with the Jack 6. Scott getting a decent price to make this call with that gutter ball. Gonna let it go.
And this hand was only 150 to go.
So again, pretty much everything.
So AJ's holding a pretty big hand for that price. Doesn't necessarily love this river, but not terrible. He'll lead out 450.
This is a card that John could use to bluff here. Not sure if it would get through though. AJ shows the ace. Takes down a nice hand. You do a little dealing today, or you have today off?
Had the day off.
No, no TCH Las Colinas for you today?
Well, I made an appearance there.
Gotcha.
Let's see. We did a little podcasting earlier today on a sports podcast, and then we went and played a little bit
Nice.
at Las Colinas. So we played a little bit of 1-2, just had a few hours to spare, and that went well, so I couldn't complain. And now I'm here.
Heck yeah.
So we've had a full day.
Rock and roll. Danny gonna raise it up with this pretty ace of spades with the queen of spades. JD's got some suited canooters. 87.
little suited king on the button as well. Let's go.
Yeah, fun hands. Scott's like, maybe this is my chance to get rid of this damn knit button. He's going to call that 3-bet.
So we have spades represented, hearts represented, and now diamonds.
But let's see if that is going to work, because Danny's sitting here with a suited ace-queen.
Scott threw in, pardon me, JD threw in the 3-bet. So Scott flatted on from the cutoff. Now Danny with a premium.
So I know, stream ends around 10:45, right? I think we got here at 11, so I just
Just makes the call. Is out of position against these two opponents. Beautiful window card for Mr. Danny Marks.
Queen of clubs in the window. Middle pair for JD, so that'll be enough for him to continue most likely. Can't 3-bet with 7-8 suited, land middle pair, and not continue here, so he'll bet 450.
Scott doesn't want to find his way through the backdoor diamonds. Lets it go.
Top for Danny. We'll see how he plays it.
Great turn card for Danny.
JD picking up gut shot outs here, but of course a spade will be no good.
Six
of spades would be a dirty, dirty river.
But if there's, I could work around, because the thing is, my internship pays $13 an hour. So it's like, actually it's 11. That's exaggerating. So,
The 6 of spades.
I don't get to call it often, but when it hits, baby, it feels good.
You're right, this is a dirty river here.
6 of spades, fallen from space.
We will see how Danny wants to handle this.
Yeah, not a lot of draws that JD could have put Danny on that 4-7 queen board.
yeah, I can figure it out based off of what they said.
What are you putting your opponent on now that he's checked to you, and
Yeah,
you've got the 8 high straight?
Yeah, that 4-liner out there, you may think from Danny's point of view, you don't want to scare JD off. And JD, of course, was the 3-better pre-flop, so what kind of hand are you thinking with 3-bet here? Not many with an 8 in it.
Yeah, I'll definitely get your number.
Yeah, and Danny's not putting JD on many 8s here. Otherwise, we see the cards. He's going to put out a bet there if he knows JD's is strong. But he's going to hope that JD's going to continue to put money in this pot now that he has the effective nuts here.
Here we go. Danny has elected to check the river, hoping there's something behind him. And lo and behold, JD bets 2,000.
Can I trade this for your blocks?
Danny with just 7,000 behind. He's probably going to stuff it here.
Could be Rip City. The call would put 6,000 in the pot with 5,000 behind. So he's kind of at that spot where you want to click it, but your stack pretty much just makes you go all in. And gets a call.
The 6
The
of spades.
6 of spades. Eric called it. Eric brought it. It was indeed nasty.
Oh, man. Got to feel for JD there. A lot of cards that hit on the river. He's going to just check back. Let Danny take it down with the pair of queens that he had flopped. But when you river a straight, second nut straight against your opponent there, you're just not going to put him on the hand. You know, and that 6 of spades just was a dirty card.
Find something naughty, dealer.
Oof.
6 of spades. But down. Woo.
What a hand. What a hand.
Nice double up for Danny there. Full double up. He was needing it.
And, yeah, Danny is going to join the guys with the big profits today. Z-Fish, Big Buff, and now Danny Marks are all way in the green tonight. With everybody else just kind of hanging around or just really stuck. And that was a brutal spot there for JD. Like I said, those are a lot of the hands that we're so used to seeing
Maybe like 6 hours.
JD hitting and dragging.
Right.
You know,
I don't know. I know you get your name
most
on the
streams,
section
you know,
stuff,
when I first started watching this, you know, JD was just the set master. I mean, it was just set after set, you know, just getting it in good on people putting out sick bluffs. But you know, he's mentioned that hadn't been running that great on stream lately, but we know what he's capable of, and he is the J Diggles for a reason. He's usually the big boss man on our stream, and he just hadn't been running great lately, and that is evidence of it. Sometimes you just run right into it.
It's fun to see those two studs right there battle it out, but
For sure.
The 6 of spades definitely helping out Danny, the banner marks, doubling up through JD right there. Scott going to pick up $90 profit here with the ace-king. Bunch of rags out there, so we just take it down and go to the next one.
$90 profit and doesn't have to pay out the $800 knit tax.
Boom.
So
knit button gone.
Knit button gone.
I was really thinking, I was like, I can call.
Hand number 112.
Cranking them out
We
tonight.
are cranking them out. Yeah, 45 minutes to go and still got through 112 hands already tonight.
It's Casey's
Between you and I,
so I want to kind of
we
celebrate.
gotta push for it. Let's do it.
Hope so. Feeling it. 19 bigs, so it's plenty.
Danny talking about that final table that he's going to get to go make a run at in Vegas. He's going to have 19 big blinds to start that final table.
There you go, the WPT main.
Yeah.
At Choctaw is where he started that run, and they are down to 6 players remaining. So he'll go to Vegas here at the end of the month to finish that bad boy up. Obviously in a very good spot.
Got another 7-deuce spot here. Z-Fish is going to get a little out of line here. 3-bet his 5-4 offsuit.
Let's go. It's on the button.
Gets
Crank
John,
it up.
Yeah, gets John behind to just easily let go of his ace-jack offsuit.
Ace-jack out of position.
Scott doing a little math in his head, deciding if ace-9 is playable here or not. He decides not to. Now we're back to the 7 Dewey of AJ, and he and Z-Fish have battled tonight already.
Amy chilling in the middle here with a real hand, but doesn't want to mess with it.
Yeah, she's been in some tough spots tonight with some, you know, 9s, 10s. Made a big laydown with queens earlier pre-flop. Decides to let that one go.
9, 4,
Oh, my
5.
God.
Z-Fish lands 2 pair.
AJ's going to think this board is more him. But little does he know, Z-Fish has just smacked 2 pair. And a bluff here would not be, as Mr. Delivery says, ill-advised. It would be ill-advised.
Hey, when Mr. Delivery tells you it's ill-advised, you should listen.
Hates folding the 7
AJ
deuce.
leaning like he's on his best behavior. Shows 7-deuce. Z-Fish.
I want to watch this stream and see if you just have it this often.
Happy to crack that 7-deuce and take one
I
down.
cannot tell you. I've had it every time. There's 0
That's why I
bluff.
thought he was a Euro fan.
He says 0 bluffs.
This man has won probably like 40, 50% of the pots.
0 bluffs.
0 bluffs, boys. Cards are smacking me in the face.
Yeah, I mean, he's run so good tonight that he's paid off quite a few people, and he's still way in the green. You know, he's paid
right.
off a couple of big river bets with just 2nd or 4th pair.
Man, that's always a beautiful spot when you're running that hot. You can pay a couple hands off here and there and still feel like you're running hot.
Open up his game, called with, you know, small pairs on the flop in spots where, you know, normally you're just going to let it go.
Kings are out again.
The 2 black cowboys, the Brokeback Brothers.
Oh, yeah?
Benham is going to put in some more money.
Benham has pocket 10s in the small blind, and he raises, makes it 350. AJ just limped over there with those Cowboys, so we will see what happens here.
Oh, wow, he just flatted the 50 there.
He's reaching for Reaching for a disc.
The old limp raise.
Indeed, it's going to be 1,000 to go now.
1,000 now?
You raced?
John, one of the last two standing with the knit button, but his dusty King 7 is in the muck.
And Benham's a little bit on the stuck side tonight with only 4,000 behind. So this hand could get interesting.
Gonna have to get lucky here.
Just calls. 9 in the window for a second consecutive hand. 9 high flop could be interesting for Benham. Possibly bad news.
Yeah, overpair, no heart in his hand. Gonna be tough for him to get away from this one.
1,300 now. Exactly 1/3 of Benham's stack.
Math's a little off, but yeah, close.
13, hey. Kings, queens, whatever.
He's gonna get it all in.
Yeah, is right.
He's already getting the money out. That's a trick I like to use.
Will it work?
Will a
Needs
10 come?
Oh, no 7 or 8, so the runner's out. 3 and a 4. Brick as you can get. Kings are going to hold here.
Gonna have to keep his knit button on that one.
Ace.
Oh, I see.
And 3.
Safe runouts for the Kings. And AJ gonna take down a much needed $9,300 pot. $4,750 in profit there
Yeah, I was like, if I see an ace
after
or
limping in with Kings.
Able to find an opponent with 10s in the small blind, gets that 9 high flop, and takes out the rest of the chips.
Yeah, there you have it. Danny up 11.6. Big Buff up 17.2. Z-Fish up 19,000 almost. And AJ down 94 and JD down 18.4K. So,
woo.
Rough night so far, really for that whole side of the table over
And
there.
really, as you see the player stacks here, that is a little more common in recreational poker, where maybe 1, 2, 3 players do the winning, and you've got 6 or 7 on the downside. But we're not really used to that here on Tuesday night. These players are pretty sharp, so it's very rare that 6 players find themselves in the negative.
Absolutely.
He
And we've got, 2 players that are, up almost four times or 5 times the original 5K buy-in.
Borderline heaps.
Yeah. I want to say that our seat 4 is only in for 3,000 tonight.
Woo.
And he is up at a, 25K stack.
Pretty smooth run right there.
Smooth sailing.
Big Buff got it on cruise control.
If you call, I have to call. Yeah. I had a decent hand to see the flop, but I tell you what. Yeah.
175 viewers still. I made it in late tonight. Good to see you guys. Feel free to keep hollering at us in the chat. Smash that like button. Click subscribe. Keeps the algorithms moving. And of course, we all need that.
Thank you for folding.
It's very important to keep those algorithms moving. Ace Jack 6. That's a good flop for Big Ace.
Thanks.
Big Buff with the Ace Queen here. He's checked the flop. We'll check the turn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Against 4 opponents, he might check his way into some trouble, but we shall see. Scott feels good about that jack now. He'll fire it.
Yeah, I was like, if I see an ace or king, that's why I didn't show.
Just a call here from Big Buff. He's up fat and happy, so he's just kind of in chill mode over there.
9 high flop, boom.
Safe run out. It's going to go check. He's just going to turn over that ace queen. Take down another $3,000 pot. Almost 2K in profit.
Just want to gauge. No.
And the run good continues for Big Buff Poker. Said he's from OKC.
OKC.
Yeah.
Yeah, it matters because sometimes
product of Edmond Santa Fe, if I remember correctly. One of the Edmond schools.
I want to try to put pressure on AJ.
Still a young lad.
I know what's up.
I'm gonna see if the chat is still alive here.
Yeah, we haven't heard from a few people in a hot minute. Chat's still working out there.
Gonna throw out the where are y'all watching from?
Do it.
Let me know. Looks like it's working on our end. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for tonight. If you got family members playing. I know Scott's fam always tunes in. JD's got some supporters and his fam watching. Hopefully Amy's got some friends and family rooting her on.
Yeah, he usually brings a crowd.
She's rocking the Dallas gear tonight, the
Love
Mavs
it.
and Stars. Malpal joining us from Kansas City. Which side of that border are you on, Missouri or Kansas?
Or do you know? Because when I'm in Kansas City, half the time I don't know. I could blame the booze, I could blame Eric, I could blame the eclipse, but heck if I know.
Hui Wen says he's in Vietnam on vacation.
Nice.
Awesome. The Browns, who the Cowboys are playing first, the Browns.
First game against the Browns.
They're watching from Arkansas.
Arkansas. Very nice.
Beautiful Arkansas, lovely state.
Come get it, AJ.
Shout out to my beautiful niece, Miss Haley Bogdan, who's a member of the Arkansas Razorback
Pig Suey
Palm team.
Game on.
She just made it for her 4th consecutive year, doing the Palm thing up there in Razorback City, Fayetteville. Cole Wade watching from Frisco. Frisco.
Lala, she's hanging out down the road.
She's hanging out down the road.
Ace Queen versus King Queen. Could we see violence?
I believe down the road means Louisville, Texas, representing where my address currently is, even though I feel like I'm in the Colony, Texas, right there in Castle Hills. But we're streaming live here from TCH Dallas. Nice flop for JD here, trying to get some of that money back.
Ace high lands right away, so that should take care of that.
Never fails to when you're stuck like Chuck. You flop a big pair, get paid the minimum, you know, but you just gotta
Right.
you just gotta chip up sometimes, one hand at a time.
Yeah, take some chips when you can get it and swim through it. Lala says down the road. My mama taught me that when a woman asks you where you've been, the answer is never down the road. And apparently, so evidently, I felt like my dad had learned that the hard way for some reason.
That down the road wasn't a good place to be, huh?
No.
Usually at a watering hole of some sort.
Yeah, probably.
Do they still call bars watering holes, or is that aging us?
I don't know, but they definitely did when Dad was down the road, so it's a good chance of that.
I don't think I can.
Yep, see, Maori Poker, she says, wherever Harris is.
Probably on, I want to say probably on the Missouri side. Could be wrong.
Yeah, Kansas and Missouri both have them.
They do have casinos.
So yeah, don't know. Couldn't help you. Another one in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Nice.
Junior
What's going on, Junior?
Castaneda. AJ's going to like this run out as he has ended up with trip 8s.
He's got trip 8s, puts a little $75 feeler out there, just praying Z-Fish woke up with an ace.
Started with a pair and a flush draw. That's a pretty good start.
Really good start.
Turn trips.
Please have an ace there on the river, Z-Fish, but Z-Fish had no ace. Like I said, you'll take some of those small wins, though, when you're not running good.
I believe Harris, Kansas City is the place where I played one hand.
You're the only one, but he doesn't.
One hand so far in my entire life. I played one hand, a 2-5 poker there.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
It was a wild hand, 10s versus kings. Flop came 10 high. I spent my one buy-in with my kings, and I rolled out.
That has not been a good hand for you lately, huh?
No, yeah, I always got... Kings have been a little rough on me, I guess.
Aces have been rough on me lately in both tournaments and the cash games, but you know what? we're still gonna play him like hell.
Oh,
We're gonna get it in good with him.
I like the goods.
Handsome Andy jumping in the chat. My barbecue man.
What up, handsome? 349, top pair for Benham, just over the 8s of John H.
Yeah, the two knit buttons going at it here, and John is not going to be a believer, especially with just the two smaller overcards coming out there, the 9 and the 10. Probably in check call mode here. Benham's definitely going to try to get some value here out of his 9.
With those knit buttons intact, definitely wants value, and he will get it. Shows the 9. John's like, 1 pip, 1 stinking pip. You got it.
Get rid of that knit button, buddy.
If you jam, I fold, but if it's just 3-bet, I call.
47 likes. Yeah, likes are down today. Come on, folks. Make sure you're clicking those likes. I know Eric and I made sure to take care of that earlier.
Yeah, we are 2 of the likes there, so help us out in the chat there. If you're enjoying TCH Live, if you're a regular viewer, smash that like button for us. And there you see it, big and bold. John H. lost the $100 knit game. They're going to do 2 consecutive $400 splash pots here.
The greatest graphic in all of sport.
Yeah.
I love it.
To announce that you've lost the knit game as you're paying out your $800 penalty. I like the way they're doing this, though. The $400 back-to-back hands, splash pots. You get a chance to win that money back.
Yeah, I think we saw last week, whoever was in the 1 seed, I forget, but I think they won one of their splash pots back.
Brian, I think, Brass Monkey.
Yep. That's who it was.
Yeah, Miss Lala and Handsome Andy and I all checked out a Korean barbecue spot down the road last night.
Oh, yeah?
Absolutely.
I missed the text.
I don't know where you were. You might have been up here. I'm not sure. No, you were probably working last night.
Yeah, I worked. I worked at the LC last night, so you're off the hook.
I didn't smell nearly as bad as they said I would after eating all the Korean barbecue and getting all that smoke in my face. But, yeah, it was a cool time.
I'm fine with it. Bring on the stank.
Junior asking about what's going on the weekend of the 24th through the 26th. I could be wrong. Let me check. We may have our even bigger one tournament going on that weekend. I'll pull that up here in just a second.
Yeah, let's see. I think this is one of those months where we have, a Saturday 30th or something like that. So I got to figure out what weekend our even bigger one is.
Yeah, usually we do the last weekend of the month, but sometimes it kind of ends up that third weekend of the month. So we'll put that screen up in just a minute, as well as Mallory's information, and that's who sets up these live streams. We're going to have a couple cool influencer streams coming up where we've got some of the social media influencers. They're going to be playing on our live stream in back-to-back weeks. That's going to be pretty cool.
MHR Barnes coming in the chat from OKC.
For the big boy buff, and big boy he is indeed, and he's playing some big boy poker tonight. So glad you're tuning in and watching and supporting your boy.
Maybe he can tell me if it was Edmond Santa Fe or not. Of course, Edmond Santa Fe right there close to Mustang, so I played against those schools growing up. And I'm pretty sure he went to something through there. He's a product of somewhere through there.
He doesn't look like somebody your skinny ass wants to wrestle.
I'll bring it on. Let's go.
He'd have you in a bear hug so quick. He'd have me in a bear hug real quick, too, though. He's a big boy.
My dad was a wrestler in the 60s. He's 83 years old, and he could still tie me up in a knot. Those are dudes you don't want to mess with.
You know, I wrestled a gator one time.
How'd that go?
On a golf course. It went well for me, actually, because it was an inflatable gator. It wasn't
nice.
real. But it made for a good picture.
Glad you made it.
Yeah.
All right, a little bit of an interesting hand here for JD as he flopped middle pair. Didn't improve. And AJ is begging for an $800 call here on the river with his top pair. And he gets it. So AJ finds a way to pick on JD a little bit first, then shows King Jack. Takes down a pot with 3,400 in it.
A little bit of a slow roll there. Yeah, I had to wrestle that alligator in tribute to Chubbs. You know,
Yeah.
Took down Chubbs back in the day at Happy Gilmore, and
for sure, Chubb's a good man.
We had to show that gator who was
guy.
boss. AJ's kind of creeping back there. He's only down 7.7K now.
Santa Fe, there we go.
Edmund Santa Fe.
Indeed.
2022. He's a young buck.
Just a pup.
Is there no 50 on this side?
Yeah, JD and AJ still have stacks, though. They're 22 and 20,000.
Let's do kings again.
Wow, Danny is not at the table. Pocket kings.
We got slow rolled by the guy away from the table.
Yeah, and as we can see, would have been a juicy hand pre-flop with Amy with the ace-queen. She's been a little card dead, so.
Yeah, we got some holdings here. But I see a suited ace-4 go away in the small blind.
Danny, where you at with those kings, buddy? Let's see if he would have liked the flop. Absolutely.
Jack 7 deuce, pretty friendly for kings, but kings aren't here. Amy's still holding the best of it as is with ace-queen. Raggy old board.
She's just going to show the ace high, take down a $335 pot. And she's thankful that Danny Marks was away from the table with his pocket kings.
Yes, that could have gotten a little more pricey.
Pretty sure you just not realizing there was no 50. I'm 10 now, right? Yeah. So it's just 25 left on the time.
Not one. Thank you.
I'm glad to see that.
Yeah, the place we went to last night was called Koryo Korean. Koryo. Koryo Korean. Mile down the road on Royal Lane. Got to drive down the sketchy Harry Hines Boulevard, but you pull into a nice little parking lot and a beautiful Korean barbecue restaurant that they
yeah, I love me some Korean barbecue. One day you will have to catch me on my day off. We'll go knock some of that out.
Handsome Andy and Lala, if you're still in the chat, what was the other Korean barbecue place that you were recommending that's owned by Jimmy?
Pocket nines in early position, bumps it up. We'll go to a flop and a 9 of hearts in the window. Seen that a few times. This time, it's a set for Scott.
Gonna be hard to get paid by the dirty diaper.
King Jack 9, a bad flop for the dirty diaper.
Yeah, we had a pretty brutal hand earlier tonight with John H. Flopping a set of sixes, which was bottom set. Flop was 6, 9, 10, and he was up against the 7, 8 of Z-Fish.
Ooh.
They got that sucker and ran it twice, and the straight held. Yeah, those are gross spots sometimes.
So I take it that hand helped put all those chips there in the one seat, as you can see from the above picture.
Absolutely. Got that pretty yellow chip. Oh, it's Japanese barbecue. Niwa.
Niwa in deep Elam.
Leave it to the gringo to not know the difference between Korean and Japanese.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, if he's in the continent, we're calling it good for Eric. Suited ace queen for Scott.
All I know is I had some food last night that I couldn't even pronounce, and it was delicious. That's all.
That I believe.
That's all that matters. Nice hand brewing here. Danny get a little bit of a downgrade from those pocket kings he walked away from. Got a couple of ducks. He's already flopped one set tonight with them. This is his third time with the deuces,
ace
though.
Queen is the variety of hearts. Hello, hearts.
What a flop for Scott. Flopping a set. Next hand, flopping the nuts. Can he get John H. to pile some money in here with top pair? He's feeling pretty Gucci about this hand, as he is with that Gucci shirt.
He'll bet a pretty good bet here, 500 bucks. Scott just calls.
Or did he?
Or did he? I thought I saw chips go in.
Yeah, 12 hundo.
Okay, pardon me. They're having issues with the chips, as am I. 6 of hearts on the river.
Action killer.
Takes away some of the pain here. Goes check, check, ace, queen of hearts. Takes it down, 47.80 in that pot.
A couple of back-to-back just monster flops there for Scott. At least getting a little bit more value out of that one.
Handsome Andy says Danny doesn't care about this game. He's about to win himself 360 at the end of the month. He might, but I can promise you he cares about this game. Danny has been my partner in some of these, commentating the bigger one at the end of the month, the even bigger one. And the dude is a competitor now. Don't let him fool you.
Oh, 100%. He's been playing poker for over 20 years. He may splash around a little bit like he did with that 7-deuce hand earlier in the evening, but he is a competitor.
And I'm sure he's thinking about that big tournament he's got coming up, but he wants to win tonight as well.
Oh,
He's pretty sharp.
He's not going to fold aces there if he's not a competitor, right? He did not want to lose that hand and felt like he was bad. So clearly he's a competitor.
Yeah, and I think that was one of those hands where he talked himself into as a bad spot on the flop and then just never could quite get over the hump, right? We've all done that as players where we're like, oh, that's a bad flop.
Bad turn,
and it just kind of stays with us psychologically, and then we end up just kind of letting it go, right? So I think that was kind of one of those deals.
7-6 Dewey Rainbow.
AJ's open-ended. He's got some diamonds out there as well, also in AJ's hand.
Heck of a turn card for that hand, yeah. Now let us look up that calendar real quick. We have got...
So, yes, the last day of the month is Saturday the 31st. So let's see where these tournaments land.
It is. So it's going to be the weekend after Junior. May 29th through June 3rd is when the even bigger one is. Starting Wednesday the 29th, there'll be 2 flights every day of this $300 buy-in, $250K guaranteed tournament, $30K starting stack, 10% are in the money. That same 10% makes it to day 2. So all the money's going to be made on day 2. And on day 2 and 3, 40-minute levels. So final table will end up on Monday the 3rd. So that is the weekend after the weekend you were asking about. Normally, we'll just have our weekend tournament on Saturdays, which is a $30K guarantee, $400 buy-in.
Indeed.
I think the one that they just had this past weekend, they ended up chopping 4 ways, but without the chop, I think the first place prize was going to be around $14,500 or so.
That's a lot of cheese for a Saturday weekly tournament.
And that's a 1-day tournament, yeah. So Saturday, we actually have a second tournament that runs during the day. That's a $175 buy-in, I believe. 10K guarantee, or $150. So there's 2 tournaments on Saturday. So if you get on TCH website, click on the Dallas link. Of course, there'll be cash games galore at both the TCH Dallas location and Las Colinas. So always something going on at our locations. And we're 24 hours a day, 365 a year pretty much, I think, except for maybe Christmas Day. Maybe we're closed that day. I don't know.
We were operational Christmas Day this last year. I know that.
There will be poker for sure that weekend that you're talking about, Junior. So if you're feeling like coming down to the DFW area, come on down, check us out.
Yeah, you'll at least have the good, deep tournament, $400 buy-in on Saturdays. As Z Fish here has turned the nuts with his nut flush draw.
Benham thinking he may have some outs with an open-ender.
Open-ended and top pair.
He is DEA dead.
So Z Fish leading out here for 1,200. He wants all the pain. Benham makes the call here. Drawing dead ant.
Now he's got 2 pair.
What about ping pong? I'd be down for that. I'm pretty cold.
So it's always fun when that 4-liner comes out and you got the nut flush. You want that.
Yeah.
You want anything that connects with that 4-liner to be able to pay you off.
Z-Fish is up so much tonight. He may just go for it here. This may be a spot where I might check and see if I could get Benham to put some money in it because there is a straight possibility
As
now.
Danny did to JD just a few hands ago.
Good against other people who've never studied.
He is going to go ahead and go all in. That is the yellow $5,000 chip, which is going to put Benham all in. Or just short of all in, actually. Looks like 6,600. Yep. 6,600, which is going to be the majority of Benham's stack over there. He's sitting on about 8.4K.
Benham with a couple of big stretches here.
Big stretches and an ay-ay-ay.
Ay-ay-ay. Did this river just cost me a bunch of money?
Yeah, he hates this spot. Thought maybe his 8 was good. Now he's got 2 pair. Not a lot of 4s or 9s that he's going to put Z-Fish on, which Z-Fish now has both a straight and a flush.
That's so hard.
That's so horrible, he says. He knows he's in a bad spot. Let's see what happens.
Or something that I can easily fold.
Exactly. That's what I was saying a while ago. This river's the kind of river that costs you money if you don't believe Z-Fish here. Very rarely do we see Benham go into the squirm tank.
He is in the squirm tank, showing us that belly hole.
Thank you, Eric.
Deep into the abyss of the belly hole. That is where he
Take
went.
it. There we go. Nice lay down for
Yeah.
Benham.
No, it was the bluff.
It was the power of the belly hole that got him to fold there.
Power of the belly hole. The belly squirm. Nice lay down.
Sometimes you just got to figure it out, you know, and it takes a few minutes, you know.
Ay, this guy.
This guy right here, I tell you what.
And then somebody's just barreling, and I'm like,
And Z-Fish is going to, you know, tell him again, tonight he has just had it, you know, in these spots, players going after Z-Fish, and he has just had it time and time again.
Yeah, it's fun to run that pure when you just say it's the goods, boys. Come and get it.
There's our V-Pips. Scott and Amy down there at a respectable 25 and 24%. You know, like we said earlier, Scott really started off slow, just did not have a lot of playable hands. Amy's been in a lot of tough spots tonight. Hasn't had a lot of, you know, opportunities to get involved in hands besides those big ones that we've already gone over. Looks like we've got about 3 more hands as this night has just flown by this last hour since Mr. R.J. Dupree has joined me. You always bring in the action the last hour.
Let's go.
You know?
I love it. That's what I'm here for.
Danny going to set mine again with pocket 5s. King, king, queen on the flop.
Royalty in this flop, 2 spades.
Somehow Danny still has 44% equity and is in the lead here with his 2 5s.
Oop, that'll do it. That'll take care of that 55% equity.
It's what we call getting queered. Things get weird when you get queered. The ace is good now.
No, but I would call so many rivers. I would call 8, I would call 4, I would call
3 pair, no way no.
probably
5s hit counterfeit city, and the ace-8 of AJ is good.
Counterfeit city, never a fun city to be in.
how does this final flip work?
Hand number 128 here. A couple more, still 169 of y'all across all the streams watching. Thank you for tuning in, listening to myself, Eric Van Loosen, and Aaron McAvoy for the first 4 hours. And now we got the dealer, the podcaster, the man, R.J. Dupree, joining me for this last hour.
Aw, thanks.
Yeah, buddy. You got any plans for any tournament shenanigans coming up? Are you going to be working your tail off?
Yeah, nothing planned right now. I should become one of those people that actually plan things, because there's hardly anything ever planned.
Go to Vegas and win us some money, man.
I know, right? Yeah, way too much just off the cuff stuff for me.
I'll buy a little bit of action, you know.
Thank you. Got to run to Oklahoma City here for the next couple of days. Maybe take care of some parents' things.
Right on.
And then we'll be back to work by Friday or Saturday, somewhere in that neighborhood. But man, I've been missing my tournament streak, so I'm anxious to get back in it.
Like we said, the even bigger one coming up here at the end of this month. Obviously, we've got tournaments every day of the week here at TCH, Dallas, and Las Colinas. So, come join us if you're interested. Get on the Poker Atlas website or TCH's website. Check out the calendar info.
All gas, no brakes.
I did have an opportunity earlier this week to drop in and play the PLO tournament here at TCH Dallas. I think that, what day was that, Sunday?
Sunday's the 4-card bonanza, I think
yeah,
they call
so that's
it.
the one I played in. Played for a few hours just to be a little short of the money, so we've all felt the pain of that. But it was fun to play a 4-card tournament for sure.
Well, here's a reminder. This is the lovely Miss Mallory, who's currently at Harrah's in Kansas City. That is her contact info. You can scan that QR code or email tchlive.dtx@texascardhouse.com if you're interested in playing specifically on TCH Live Tuesday nights in Dallas. Got a lot of cool streams coming up. If you want to get on, either that wait list, Mallory's going to ask you a little bit of information about your, poker background. We definitely want to keep this game open to players that are going to provide action. We'll have some professional players on here, but we like getting some action players because that's what we like seeing. So if you think you are going to provide some action and take down the Jay Diggles, the Danny Markses, the Benhams, the Z-Fishes, and you want to play on this stream, that's who you contact, the lovely Miss Mallory. And right on cue, Mr. Danny Marks is going to wake up with an ace-queen and 3-bet to 450. AJ going to come along for the ride with a suited 7-deuce.
Power of the 7-deuce in the variety of clubs this time, but Big Buff sitting over there with the nut clubs.
And this is awesome because this is our second to last hand. All these suited cards.
Let's go.
Looks like everybody wants to dance.
Now, the likelihood of clubs coming out might be a little bit down, but that's all right.
I'm going to go with a red flop here. $5, RJ. What do you say? Red flop.
$5?
You got black?
Okay, I'll take black. I'm a gambler. Black.
Ooh, red flop.
The
Red
comeback.
flop. Red flop for the win.
You got the comeback right there.
Not a bad flop for the 7-deuce either.
He is open-ended. Z-Fish has bottom pair and bottom gut shot.
Oh, let's see if AJ can get a nice chunky win here with the 7-deuce. Got the deuce.
Oh, hello. Now he's got some pair equity.
Spades now for Z-Fish, though. How good is Z-Fish going to run?
John H. going to lead out now. 700 with that Jack 8. May find some resistance here if 7-deuce is in the mood.
Z-Fish coming in. Let's go.
All right. AJ calls the 7-deuce. Calls the 700. Z-Fish leaning like he might be in the mood. Just a call. Oh, yeah. Ace of spades on the river.
Z-Fish is just running pure tonight.
Running clean.
Nice little value size there on the river.
1,300 into 4K.
And boy, would this be a bad time for AJ to try to put a bluff in.
So he's blocking clubs, not spades.
These two have gone at it tonight already, and this is just going to be a bad spot.
I think AJ had to fold 7-deuce to Z-Fish earlier as well on a river. Might have to do it again here.
Oh,
He's reaching.
No, don't do it. Z-Fish is licking his chops. Does have the chips cut out for a raise. He's kind of fumbled some chips around, though. May have taken a little too much time. Of course, we know a bluff's never working anyway, as Z-Fish is holding a flush. Don't do he going to pull the trigger?
No.
Nope.
I'm saying no.
Yeah, definitely not. Now that is
Okay, now
fold
he's got it.
posture.
Yeah, he's got it. Fold posture for show now. Goes into the muck. Z-Fish, once again, no bluff, boys. I just got it.
I just flat out have it. Oh, they're going to do a big one. $500 flip to end the night.
Okay.
I think John H. was the recipient last week's stream of the final flip. So, yeah, we're going to do a 9-handed
See a little fist bump there
PLO
from Benham
flip.
to John H. saying, let's get this.
Yeah, somebody is about to walk away with a $4,500 pot. Let's see who's going to take this one down. Oh, before I forget, we haven't even talked about this.
Let's go.
May
It's
1st
Poker
to June
Awareness
1st.
Month.
Poker Awareness Month. We kind of created that. Take a screenshot of this because I'm going to get back to this monster PLO hand, but really cool promo. If you've got friends that are wanting to join, there are some really cool incentives right now to get your friends to become members and to start playing.
That's right. Refer a friend. Bring them to TCH. Start picking up some cool coupons we've been offering for some of that stuff.
And get them in a 10K free roll tourney for being a new player. Angie's going to spit out these cards. We're going to sweat it. Amy's just going to turn her hand over. She's got a couple of queens, it looks like.
Queen, queen, deuce, 3. No suits for Amy.
There's a queen for Amy. Let's go, Amy.
Nut hearts for JD. And the flop is ace, queen, 8, 2 hearts. Club's alive now.
Put a small card for Amy. Let's go.
Pairs
sevens.
board.
Queens full of sevens for Amy.
It's going to be tough to beat. Last week we said that, and quads were sitting over there in the 2 seat.
Ooh. Oh, nope. No quad sevens.
No quad. That 7 flew in from the upper deck. That will not count.
Boat no good, Danny. Queens full for Amy.
That's a little boat. That ain't no boat.
I think Lala, Miss Lena willed that victory for the ladies. The one lady on the show gonna take it down with, ironically, the ladies.
The ladies coming in strong
Queens,
for the lady.
Yeah, queens full of sevens there. Heck yeah, what a finish. $4,500 going Amy's way. Phony Turgeson, yes, we have still been on. You might have to rewind it. There's some really good hands the last hour or so. Just wanted to thank everybody again for tuning in. RJ Dupree again, the beautiful face next to me, joining me for this last hour. Yeah. We've had a great stream tonight. Thank you guys all. Cooper, the production team with Taylor. Thank y'all for helping run this thing so smooth tonight. We will see you guys on Saturday for our live stream. Don't forget to watch the other streams, though. Houston, Austin, Rio Grande Valley all have streams as well.
We're everywhere.
We're everywhere. We will see y'all again. Peace.
All right, good night, y'all.